It's 8:31. This is the State Board of Education monthly meeting, Wednesday, March 18th, 2026. And Maureen, if you don't mind starting us off with a roll call.
Sure thing.
Thank you.
Brian Campion. Tom Lovett.
Here.
Mohammed Job.
Yeah, and good morning, everyone.
Cynthia Stewart.
Here.
Tammy Colby. Caleb Greenwood.
Here.
Richard Werner.
Here.
Secretary Samuelson. Chair Samuelson.
Here. Good morning.
And Secretary Saunders. And Tammy's coming.
Great.
Whoops. Tammy, you just missed roll call, but we see you're here. Welcome.
I'm here. I'm sorry. School's dropped off.
Maureen, do you know something the rest of us don't?
No, I just have only had one sip of coffee, so you'll have to bear with me.
Okay. I was going to congratulate Jennifer. I didn't know.
There is a Secretary Samuelson for the record.
Yes.
So
We get each other's email all the time. In a way
I'm
that
sure
is-
you do.
Yes, we're very good at forwarding messages. Sorry, Rich?
From what department?
AHS.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of what that stood for. Like human services.
Human Services.
Yeah. Oh, and also incidentally, she's Jenny Samuelson, so that just further adds to the confusion. Okay, so we've done roll call. Are there amendments to the agenda?
Yes, I'd like to propose an amendment to the agenda.
Okay.
Pulling up my language here. I move that we add consideration and possible adoption of the WIDA standards to item G during the report from the SPS committee.
Okay, so you've heard the motion. Is there a second? And then we can discuss.
I'll second that.
I'll second.
Okay, I think I heard Rich first. All right. So discussion, I think it would be helpful, Tammy, if you could give us some background. So just, and I'll sort of set the table here. The Student Performance Standards Committee met last night at, I think, 6 to have a continuing conversation about the WIDA standards, which we had delegated to the committee, I believe, at our January meeting. And so it is on our agenda to have an update. What I've heard from Tammy is that the committee is actually comfortable voting these, requesting that the board vote these out today. So the discussion that we need to have is, and here are my questions, have the standards changed or has the committee's understanding of the standards changed? And my understanding is that the agency has been using these standards informally for years. And so I'm sensitive to wanting to get this done, but also adequate notice to the public. So with that, Tammy, I'll let you kind of loop the board in.
The standards didn't change. We had questions and clarifications on the green sheet with respect to the burden associated with the standards. And also the definition of English learners so that it was clear to whom the standards would apply, right? And so at our February meeting, we had asked that the agency clarify those things in the green sheet. The WIDA standards are national standards, much like Common Core or something along those lines. The standards in and of themselves have not changed. We just needed to understand better, one, again, to whom they would apply. And the agency came back and clarified that in a revised section in the green sheet. And then we had questions about the burden associated with the standards, and the agency came back and clarified those as well. So we really just needed to understand those two pieces, right? To whom and what that meant in terms of implementation. Both of those points were clarified in the green sheet, and that green sheet has been posted to State Board website. The Standards Committee last night did agree that we would move those forward to the board. The standards are quite important to the state, many places in the state have been using WIDA to identify students and make decisions around students who are English learners or multilingual learners, which is really the preferred term, although we're using English learners in this context. also have implications for implementing Act 73 because the WIDA levels are to what the funding is tied. And so given sort of all the things going on in the state, there is some urgency with just establishing these standards in a formal way, not an informal way, as the standards that are being used. There also are issues around professional development for teachers and things along those lines that should be taken into account by districts in their budgeting and their planning going forward. So for both teachers, teachers who are multilingual students and provide English language services, but also general education teachers. So we did vote them out. And so since we did table this at our February meeting, we're already sort of a month behind in being able to get those to you all. And so we wanted to give the board the opportunity, if it so chose, to vote on those standards today.
Thanks, Tammy. Board members, any questions? And this is just with regard to amending the agenda. If we vote to amend the agenda, then we will, have the actual conversation about the standards when we get to that on the agenda. So I know.
Did you have anything you wanted to add?
Oh, thank you, Tammy. You got it all. Thank you.
I think my only question is, will we need to expand the time given to item G on the agenda?
And that's fine. I mean, we always put on the agenda that the times and orders provided are estimates. So I think that part is fine. And this would really just be amending the agenda so that on committee updates, it would be a discuss vote and not just a discuss. Procedurally, if the board does choose to vote these out today, proper procedure would be then to ratify the vote at our next meeting because you guys were not able to amend the agenda because we were within that 48-hour mark. So for open meeting law, just, in a belts and suspenders kind of way, we would then put this back on the agenda at our next meeting to ratify. But voting today would allow the agency to officially, take those standards and start running with them. My only concern is I know board members have had struggles in the past when things land in their inbox, as we begin our meeting. And I just want to make sure everyone is comfortable with this, which is why I'm, opening this up to discussion. But if everyone is comfortable, and I'm not seeing any hands raised.
So by comfortable, are you talking right now about the actual approval or just moving it on to the agenda?
Just moving it on to the agenda.
Sure. Seems fine.
Okay. Not seeing any hands raised. So with that, I'm just going to do a voice, and if we, have disagreement, we'll do a roll call. But all those in favor of amending the agenda, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so we have amended the agenda, and when we get to the Student Performance Standards Committee update, that will be a discuss vote. All right, any other amendments to the agenda? Hearing none, are there any members of the public who wish to address the board? You can raise your hand if you're on the Teams platform. I see Kim. Don't see anyone else at the moment, so we ask members to limit themselves to about 2 minutes, and if you have anything in writing that you would like to be included with our minutes, you can send them to Maureen and Suzanne. So welcome, Kim. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good morning, folks. I'm Kim Gleason from Grand Isle and a former State Board of Ed member. I'm here this morning to call attention to a few matters. First, I share the concerns raised in the 7 Days article by Allison Novak. School leaders say education is becoming politicized. If you've not read it, it's a good read. The manner in which the school report card was released by Secretary Saunders, the lack of responsiveness to concerns from the field before the release, the rapid statement released from the governor, the lack of support to the field, and then the recognition of the inaccuracy of the data seem to be a pattern of this administration. I hope this will be addressed when that agenda item is taken up by this board. Second, I'm deeply concerned that the only guidance on class size is that which was sent to public schools by the secretary. As I understand it, that was unimplementable as written and was not shared with independent schools who will also be subject to the class size minimums. I also understand that there's a committee charged with working on this, but there appears to be no meetings. I also know that there's work to be done on the recommendations from the Secretary for graduation requirements, and that the State Board of Ed has much on its plate, but those grad requirements have raised concerns from the field in the lack of input from the field and in their apparent conflict with Act 77. Finally, I also want to note that per Act 73, the current vacancy on the State Board of Ed is to be filled by the Speaker of the House, and we look forward to learning more about that appointment process. Thank you for your time and service, and good luck with your work.
Thank you, Kim. Any other members of the public who wish to address the board? Okay, not seeing anyone. All right, so we'll leave this agenda item open for a little bit, but move on to our next agenda item, which is I will entertain a motion to approve our draft meeting minutes of February 18th, 2026.
So moved.
Moved by Rich. Is there a second?
Second.
Brian, second. Thank you. Any
bet.
discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving our meeting minutes from February 18th, 2026, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries. Board announcements. Are there any board announcements? I'll just briefly say I was invited again yesterday to speak with Burr & Burton Honors Government class about the work of the State Board of Ed. I went last semester as well, so this was a different group of kids. And interestingly, when I went in the fall, most of the questions that I got were about Act 73. Yesterday, it really wasn't about that. It was really more about sort of larger politics. Why did I want to be on the State Board of Ed? What got me into running for office. So it was a good conversation, but it was more civics oriented and less specific to Act 73. So great group of kids, always good to get questions and just have a chance to reflect on things. And it was the one thing that I had not planned on, but when I was leaving, they said, do you have any, parting questions or, comments for the kids? And I had not thought about this at all, and I didn't want to leave, empty-handed, but I encouraged all of them to vote. And I'll say this to our student members too, really encouraging this generation to run for office or consider running for office. And as I said to them, if you're not using your voice, someone else is speaking for you. And if you don't like where things are right now, this is your opportunity to change it, whatever that looks like on whatever venue. So I mentioned that to our student members as well. And, mentioned how helpful it is having student members on the board and just because it really does sort of expand our understanding of the work that we're doing to ground it in, to students who are actually living through the high school experience in real time. The other thing,
Great.
just to acknowledge we do have a vacancy on the board. The way I read the updates to Act 73 is that the initial appointing authority is the one that appoints the replacement. So it would be the governor's office that would replace Lyle because the governor's office was the one that originally appointed him. My understanding from the governor's office is that they're struggling to find someone who wants to take on this role for less than a year. So they may find someone, but I think that's been the challenge. So with that, I will pause. Any
Sounds
other board
good.
announcements? All right. We are still open for public comment. Kim, I see your hand is raised again. This is, and just let me, I know you know this because you were on the board. This is not a dialogue. So I'm assuming you
I
might
understand.
have a comment.
I look forward to that being reviewed a little more closely because as I read it and I read it several times and I looked at it pretty closely and I think others have as well. The transition process is that the first vacancy after the implementation of it, or the passage of 73, it describes the transition process, and that is that the first vacancy is to be appointed by the speaker. So hopefully folks will look at that closely and get whatever clarity is necessary, because then the ongoing reappointment processes for vacancies will be reappointed by the original appointing body. The transition, though, was pretty clear that the first vacancy after whatever the date was that was related to the passage of 73 was for the speaker. So hopefully their office is looking at it as well. And there's, I'm sure, no shortage of opportunity for clarity on that.
All right, thank you. Okay, let me scoot on to student report. Caleb, we'll start with you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope we all enjoyed the couple of days of warm weather before we were struck by 20 degrees again. I'm kind of jealous of my friend who's down at Virginia Tech. He gets to live it up with like 50s as a low. But no, it's been kind of a dead season at our school. Luckily, we're finally coming out of it. But you know, winter sports have been down for a while. Like, other than our theater production, we didn't have much going on for a while. Luckily, we have a greenhouse that functions, as well as a couple like gardening beds outside down below our school, and they just started planting seeds in the greenhouse. And they do all sides, like they do flowers, herbs, and vegetables, which the herbs and vegetables, to my knowledge, are for like the cafeteria, and the flowers, they do a like big flower sale, I think around Mother's Day. So they make good money off of that, and it's always fun. They do pretty well for themselves. So I'm excited to see how that turns out. Our FBLA chapter earned first place at the Vermont Spring Leadership Conference. So I'll give them their flowers. They did a really, really good job.
What does
And
that stand
then,
for, Caleb?
Future Business Leaders of America.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So they got first place, which I believe they've done before in the past. So they're very good. My advisor is actually the leader of their chapter. So she was really excited when she got back. It was down at Norwich a couple weeks ago. And I got my shoulder surgery done 2 weeks ago now. So I have 2 more weeks in a sling, and then I start PT. And I've been recovering well. I think the biggest issue for me was sleep. Like when I first got the sling, because it's not even a standard sling, there's like a big block as well. So that's been the big adjustment for me, but I've been doing well. And then I have a French trip, our French 3 and French 4. We go up to Quebec City for this tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, through we leave Sunday. So we have like a group breakfast Sunday before we leave. So we're all gearing up to do that. And then an update on college search. I heard back from Boston College yesterday, which I got into. I got into American, I got into Virginia Tech, UVM, and then UMass Boston. So
Impressive.
American, and those are all the ones I've heard back from so far. I'm still waiting on, I believe, 3. But Boston College and American are both pretty generous to me. So I definitely have some very solid options so far.
I think Jennifer and I both have connections to American, and
Yep, I thought of that when I got in.
Yeah,
great,
I was going to say,
great school.
I can put you in contact with my daughter if you have any questions about American, Caleb.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. You've got some good choices to make.
Yeah. It's definitely not going to be easy because they're very similar in cost. It's within $1,000.
Wow.
So,
Wow.
And
good for
Caleb,
you.
remind us, what do you study? What do you want to study?
I'm in for political science at both.
Great. Jennifer, may I jump in and ask another question?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Great, thanks. So Caleb, I'm not sure if we've covered this before with you, but I'm curious about an update on AI in your school and how it's being used, if it's being used. I think we may have talked about it once with regard to sort of academic work, papers, submissions, things like that. But are there any conversations yet about using this as a tool in a certain way? In
I
any
think
way?
it's, yeah, I think it's generally accepted, especially for like math classes. Like, I mean, I use it like for certain homeworks, like for my calculus, because sometimes we have like calc chat is what it's called. So you can like go on, there's a website and it'll tell you how to do a problem, but sometimes it doesn't show you the steps in between. So if you like take a picture of it and do it, it'll actually show you the steps on how to do it instead of just giving you like the 1, 2, and then an answer. So that's, I think that's generally accepted. Like certain stuff like that, but obviously like now there are definitely teachers that are like most teachers have like a, not necessarily a contract, but like a paper that you get given at the beginning of the year that's like, this is what's not accepted, this is what is accepted, obviously, like blah, blah, blah. Before the phone ban, that was included in it, like this is my phone policy, because that was teacher dependent at our school prior to that. And I think AI is starting to be included in those a bit more as like like English classes is definitely not accepted because it's a bit different.
Yeah.
I think math would probably be where it is most prevalent. Like my calc teacher actually did they did their like learning thing. I'm forgetting the term for it, but it was actually on AI usage and like how it's actually applicable and like what it can do. So she was telling us about that, and it was really interesting because she didn't know anything about it really, and it like helped her learn about it a bit.
That's helpful. Thanks. That's a good update from
Yeah.
the last discussion. Great. Thank you. And congratulations on the schools. Those are all
Thank you.
wonderful institutions. Yeah.
Thank you.
And Caleb, with your surgery, was that your right arm that's affected?
Yeah, it was my right labrum.
Okay, and you are right-handed, correct?
Yeah.
So I imagine it's been a little bit challenging with schoolwork.
Yeah, I usually just detach the band that like goes around my back and hooks to it, and then I can like reach up a bit easier. It's definitely not like the easiest, but it's not as bad.
How are you taking notes?
When there's a will, there's a way. I kind of just like configure myself around the desk.
Okay. All
Good for
right.
you.
Well, good. This is probably why you're getting into good colleges. All right. If there's nothing further for Caleb, we can turn it over to Brianna. I think is with us.
Yeah, sorry, the
Oh,
Wi-Fi is a little slow. I'm currently at school, but good morning, everyone. So,
morning.
not much is actually, sorry, the phone's ringing. I'm currently in somebody's office, but not much has been happening at my school. So, as of right now, our basketball season is officially done. So, the boys lost, I think, into their first playoff round, which is sad, but the girls lost in their semifinals, which is even worse because you got so close, but I mean, at least they made it far. They actually went to the odd, which for us is kind of a big deal because that's like where all like the championship game is and the finals are. And our theater program is still coming along. Not much practices left. I think only like, I believe like 4 to 6 practices, but each one is 3 hours, so still a lot of time. Yeah. And it is, I think, currently set for April 13th to the 15th, but not 100% sure. And then currently right now with some other sports, we have indoor practices going on. So like softball is an open gym right now. So it's not officially started, but if you're thinking that you're going to play, you can go to the gym after school and they'll just do some like indoor stuff in there. And like you can do some, I think no pitching, but you can actually do some hitting. And then track, I'm pretty sure is starting next week or the week after on the Monday. Not sure yet. Still kind of wonky for us. We actually don't have an AD right now. We just have a person filling in. And then this week, I believe, can be some midterms for some people. So I actually have a midterm tomorrow for my criminal justice class because it's a it's like a semester class. And then actually yesterday we had this group come that was called like Sweethearts and Heroes. And they were here, I think, for the first 2 periods. And it was just like an assembly that everyone was able to go to, and it's supposed to like bring the community and like the school more together. And like the purpose of it was like to try to like work on like leadership skills and just like overall trying to stay positive. I've heard such good feedback from that, and it was everyone actually loved it. And currently there's actually some like SAT talk going around because as a junior, everyone's like, oh my God, like when are you gonna sign up for the SATs? I'm currently not sure. But I think a lot of people are signing up in May, and I think there's just a lot of nervous jitters around that, and everyone's trying to study for it. But yeah, that's really all that's kind of happened. It's been kind of a slow month for our school.
So are you planning to take the SATs or you're still undecided?
Oh, I'm definitely going to take the SATs. I'm just undecided of like when, because for me, it has been such a busy school year with all my classes. So I'm like trying to pick the best time because some of the SAT dates line up along with finals. I don't really want to study for finals and study for SATs at the same time.
Yeah, yeah, good point. Also, I'm remembering from last month that the no cell phone policy was going to go into effect when you guys got back from February break. How's that going?
Well, we still have our phones, so I'm not really sure where it's going. But yeah, they were telling us that we were gonna have to put our phones in pouches, and like at the beginning of the day, you'd get the pouch, you'd put your phone in, and at the end, it would like somehow deactivate. I'm not really sure what the whole entire like setup was gonna be, but I feel like the talk just kind of disappeared because everyone still has their phones. I do feel like people aren't using them as much now because I think that they're kind of nervous that like, oh, well, if we use it, they're actually gonna like put it in place. But yeah, I mean, we still have our phones, and I feel like everyone's kind of just saying like they're just gonna keep pushing it back, like, oh, like maybe when we come back from next break, but I'm not sure. And I mean, we still have our MacBooks as well because there was also talk going around that like we weren't gonna have our MacBooks because they can connect and like you'd still get your text messages. But yeah, we still have them, and Apple Watches are still fine, so I'm not really 100% sure what's going on.
All right. I don't know if to say, good or not, but thanks for the update. I'll leave it at that. Any comments or questions for Brianna?
I have a quick one. Brianna, so Caleb mentioned French and doing a trip to Quebec. Remind me, are you doing a foreign language as well?
Yeah, so I'm taking Spanish right now, and for us, I don't think we have a trip this year. I think we have a trip next year because we usually alternate between the years. And we took ours last year, so I think we're not doing anything this year.
Where did students go last year?
Spain.
Wow, great.
Yeah, it was very nice.
And just tell me a little bit about learning Spanish now in 2026. Do you find that, or does the teacher use a combination of kind of online resources where you can hear direct, maybe your teacher is a native speaker, but in the United States, there aren't a lot of native speakers always in the classroom. Combination of online, lessons and in-class stuff, or how does it work usually?
Yeah, so for me this year, it's actually a little bit different and more difficult because I'm actually currently in Riverbend. So usually I take it in class. So for the first semester of my school year, I was taking it in class because I was somehow managing it both with Riverbend and my other classes.
Okay.
But, and when I would go, she usually just talks a lot in class in Spanish. So I don't think she's a native speaker, but she did teach herself and like took lessons on it and now can actually like teach that to us. But she also, along with like talking to us in Spanish throughout the whole entire class, we sometimes like watch videos and like we'll take notes on that. And then like the note taking is also in Spanish. So we do use a lot. And then I also started an online one last semester. I'm no longer in it because it did end. But that was basically just like they would just post they'd post everything for the whole entire year. And as soon as you finished one assignment and the teacher graded it, you could move on. But that was like a lot of readings and there was a couple videos, but then like after finishing a test, I think you would like come together with the teacher and like have a one-on-one and like just like talk about how it's going and updates and whatnot. Yeah.
I'm so impressed. That's great. When I was younger, it was just a lot of honestly conjugating verbs, and I still work to keep my French up. And I just wish there had been more of what you're experiencing now, which is teacher, fluent in the language, really, spending time talking in Spanish, as well as it sounds like pulling in literature and writing, and it seems like it's giving you a really good foundation, which is exciting, which is great. I hope you stick with it. I hope Caleb sticks with French as well at some level. Great. Thanks. Terrific
Thanks,
updates.
Brian.
Yeah, thank you both.
Thank you.
Anything else for Brianna? All right. Well, thank you. Thank you both. So we will move off of that. I'm going to circle back one last time for public comment. We're a little bit off schedule, but just to make sure that we close that out, since we were sort of running into that time. I'm not seeing anyone. We do have it again at the end of our meeting. So I'm going to close off public comment. And with that, I'm going to turn the floor to Katie Ballard, who has joined us. So this is our update from the Special Education Advisory Panel. So the panel is based on the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act that requires that each state establish and maintain an advisory panel for the purpose of advising state special education staff regarding the education of eligible children aged 3 through 21 with disabilities. Panel members include teachers, representative from state agencies, independent schools, among others, excuse me. And the majority of members are either individuals with disabilities or parents of children with disabilities. So Katie is the chair, and she comes on a periodic basis to provide the board with updates pursuant to their charge. So Katie, welcome. The floor is yours.
Good morning. I apologize. I'm going to keep my camera off. I'm not feeling good. No one needs to see that. So couple things. Also, I am the chair. I'm also a parent rep. So as Chairperson Samuelson said, it is the most important thing is that we're majority parent or individual living with disabilities. And that's something that all states are required to have. It is something that until the last few years and when they redid the law during COVID, prior to that, it was not primarily parents. So this has been something that we've worked on in terms of our membership. Secretary Saunders has actually been starting to help us try and navigate some of the membership barriers that we have with the governor's office in terms of trying to get appointments, which I imagine you are all familiar with as well. Wanted to mention first that one of the things that we as a panel have really been advocating for a while now has been the intentional proactive inclusion of people with lived experience at tables and spaces where policies and changes can happen. And it has been an absolute amazing shift to see from the Agency of Education in the last couple of months. Prior to, I would say, December, January, it had been really hard for the panel to get representation in different groups or in conversations outside of our panel meetings. Since then, the secretary and the agency have invited panel representation to join their 5 steering committees related to the strategic plan, which we've just identified and assigned those delegates last night at our meeting. I myself am sitting on the Safe and Healthy School steering committee and look forward to that. They also invited us to sit in and attend the second round of state director of special education interviews. So I will be sitting in on a couple of those this week and next week, I think. And so we just want to, as a panel, recognize that that change has been greatly appreciated. And it's something we hope to continue to see, not only with the agency and with your state board, but with other people who are in positions of power and able to make and have a voice in change. A couple of topics that we've been prioritizing this year, obviously, and this is in no way meant to be a bad reflection, but with Cassie Santos leaving the AOE and with things in the strategic plan kind of shifting the last couple months, a lot of the work we were doing at the beginning of the year has shifted or is no longer as relevant as it was. And so we've really tried to shift our priorities to some topics that we can give recommendations on by the end of the year. The topics that we're really prioritizing and focusing on are transitions. We have had a lot of conversation with AOE staff in the last 2 years around a significant number of concerns and areas of potential unmet need. When we first started this conversation, one of the ways the Agency of Education was monitoring transition plans was to have school districts kind of cherry pick and send 10 transition plans to the AOE. The AOE would look at them. If they had everything, they were found to be in compliance. Our panel really pushed back on that and said maybe not letting them pick the 10 best transition plans and being able to put eyes on transition plans that they weren't expecting would be helpful. What we heard from John Spinney last night at our meeting was that has led to some higher red flags, some more eyes on schools and transition plans than in before. And what they found is there is a big systematic disconnect between what is being given as guidance and what is happening and what the AOE is saying should be happening and the experience of families and students with disabilities across our state. That came out very passionately last night in our meeting. What we plan to do in terms of talking about transition more is in the next couple of months, we have John Spinney and folks from the P2P or the Pathways to, I never get the acronyms right, I apologize. I want to say it's Pathways to Post-Secondary, but I could be wrong. It was a big grant that Vermont was awarded for transition. And so they're coming as well as some more AOE staff over the next couple of months so that we can work together to give some recommendations that feel supportive and also to amplify the concerns of the special ed staff supporting transition that were brought to the panel. That's something we hope to be able to provide to the state board as well, just as our policy is to provide what we provide to the AOE to all of you. So when we have that transition letter, that will get sent to both. The next topic that we've been prioritizing is CPACs, or Special Education Parent Advisory Councils. Those are local level advisory councils that are similar to our state advisory panel in that they are majority parent or individual with disability led. Here in Vermont, we do not have a state requirement for these local level CPACs. I am very proud to say that myself and a fellow advocate worked really hard with Essex Westford School District. I believe Kim Gleason was actually on the school board when we were able to get EWSD to uplift the first local level CPAC back in 2021. Since then, we have seen other districts, including down in Windsor, I think it's Windsor South. I'm sorry, I'm so bad at the southern part of the state, but it's in the Brattleboro area. There's one that is being uplifted in Rutland with Renee Saunders. There's one in CVU. There is one in Addison County, as well as EWSD. And I know myself and I know Erin McGuire from EWSD have also supported a number of other schools in having this conversation. Our hope on the panel is that we can bring some recommendations and guidance to the agency around what we can be doing to support and help provide guidance. One of the things we're doing is looking at New Jersey and Massachusetts, which require those by state law, that every local district has them. So we also have invited Leslie, who oversees for Massachusetts and provides a lot of training there, to come join us to be able to help answer some of our questions and provide some further guidance to the Agency of Education. We've spent a lot of time talking about the continuum of alternative placements, or to be more accurate, the lack thereof here across the state of Vermont. Our panel has heard from countless members and members of the public just heartbreaking stories about students who are either in a hodgepodge tutoring program, are stuck at home with no support, or are being pushed to a residential facility far away because there are absolutely no other supports in our state. Here in Chittenden County, we have found we are very lucky because at least we have a number of placements available, but even those are limited. And think one thing to add to that concern is it feels a little bit like because the independent therapeutic school options are so limited, those schools are now able to cherry pick their cohorts. And so the students that have been on the wait list for 2 years that have the highest level of needs or maybe have a higher level of behavioral needs are not getting the placement, and they are continuing to be stuck at home or in these hodgepodge tutoring programs, which is adding a large level of harm and barriers for students to continue coming to school. And I only mention that because when we talk about chronic absenteeism and things like that, it's just important to remember there is a group of students who have reasons that they have a hard time going to school, and it's important to not make assumptions that those students are just choosing to not go to school. The next area that we're going to be, we tackled it a couple of years ago and have been trying really hard to get meaningful engagement with the AOE around restraint and seclusion. That has not happened. We wrote a pretty detailed letter a couple of years ago, and when they came back to present to us, they only responded to one thing, and that was around the form. Which was really disheartening. Our hope is when they come next month or to our May meeting, it will be a very different conversation. But that is something that we are looking to raise some areas of unmet need and to further engage in conversation with the AOE to make recommendations. I anticipate those coming in May or June. The last area that we're really focusing on and talking about, which kind of overlaps with some of what you all are talking about, is proficiency-based graduation requirements and what that looks like for students. We have had a number of members who on our panel who are starting to speak about the challenges their students are having with complex needs and being included in general ed classes. Things like not being able to get teachers to come to meetings because they're only a semester long class and the teacher doesn't have time. Issues with teachers not even reading IEPs prior to, having their student in their class for a couple of months. Issues with class proficiencies not being modified or even attempted to modify to include students. And so students are passing, but it really is just almost like passing them through if they're not actually being meaningfully graded or given an opportunity to learn the content that their peers are, even if it's in a modified way. Obviously, we've talked with the AOE and Erin Davis at length about graduation requirements, our concerns, and some of that. I think the one thing I just want to highlight is as this conversation about graduation requirements continues, what's happening for the families who are navigating high school now? And what's happening for them is they're being told this guidance isn't required, it's not coming out for another year. We don't have to do this. That's not something we do. They're getting mixed messages from technical assistants at the AOE. It seems just like it is a very murky conversation. And what's happening is we have a lot of students who are in that age range who are going to be continued to pass and not able to actually have the skills that they are passing with. And as some of you may have seen recent articles in national news, and as the panel, we have heard from a number of families who have students who are graduating, getting their diploma, and who are not able to functionally read or do math. And so that is happening here in Vermont. That is a big concern. It is a concern of our panel, and it is a concern that we do not feel like has been totally identified and is being addressed by the graduation requirements conversation. We are continuing to have conversation on our end. We do have representation on that group as well. So we're hoping that by having representation in these conversations and by being able to get more information as the AOE becomes more staffed and has more capacity again, that we'll be able to provide meaningful recommendations and also identify some areas of concern for folks to think about moving forward. I think that's all I have for you today. I know that was a lot. I apologize. And I just really want to say we appreciate the opportunity to come to engage. We always appreciate when the AOE staff, which they have been amazing lately about coming to our meetings. In fact, we've seen Secretary Saunders a couple of times recently, which is always very exciting for the panel. I will just say, if there's ever a time where it would be beneficial for someone from our panel to come and have conversation with you all on any of these topics as they fit into your agenda, please just let us know. We have multiple people, both from the professional side and the parent side, who would really love to be a part of conversations if given the opportunity. Thank you.
That's great, Katie. Thank you for such a comprehensive report. And just, I know you spent a lot of time pulling all of that together. I see some board members have questions, so I'm going to open the floor. Tammy and then Rich.
Hi, Katie. Thanks again, and I'm sorry you're not feeling well. And I appreciate you being here and all the work that you're doing. And just to say, I hear you on all those concerns. I share many of those concerns with you. But I do want to say, you know, the standards committee is taking up the graduation requirements, and it would be great if you and others from your committee would come and talk to us a little bit about your concerns about the graduation requirements as they specifically relate to students who are eligible for special education services. So I just consider that an open invitation, and I'm going to follow up with you about that. Okay. But thank you for all your good work. And again, you know, you raise really important concerns, and I share many of those concerns. So thank you.
Thanks, Tammy. Actually, last night, Erin Davis had to leave our meeting to go join your subcommittee meeting, which was the first I'd heard about it. So now that it's on our radar, we would love to send someone to come join.
Yeah, let's connect by email. We're going to be setting up a series of we have a regular monthly meeting. We're going to be inviting folks in for comment on those things, on the current proposal, and also trying to think through what kinds, if any, modifications need to happen to what the AOE has proposed. So I hope that we can stand shoulder to shoulder with you all in that work.
We look forward to it. Thank you, Tammy.
Thanks, Katie.
Thanks. Rich?
Thanks. Hey, Katie, I was trying to find my notes, but I remember when I first got on the board and you've done a few reports for us, and it seemed like for quite a while they were very depressing reports, and you were really frustrated with some stuff that was going on, and you kind of started this report that, you know, the AOEs is kind of stepped up and really helped you out. And so my first question is it appears as though it seems like the grass is starting to look a little greener, and I don't know if it's just because it's spring, but if you could just comment on that maybe. And
sorry, you put me right on the spot with that one.
Well, and I don't mean to, and if you don't want to, that's fine.
No,
also.
I will absolutely answer it. I enjoy hard conversations, and I appreciate the honesty. As somebody who has served now for 4 years, this is my 4th year as chair, I have watched the challenges with the AOE happen time and time again. I believe this is the 5th state director of special education that we've had at the AOE since I've been chair. We've been really vocal about the challenges and the impact and harm that the turnover and the constant transition has, especially for families with disability. At this point, I feel like we've been heard. I feel like there are many things that we could continue to say and raise concern on. And we also want to recognize that part of being in partnership with the AOE is giving them credit where credit is due. And so right now, if you had asked that question a month ago, it probably would have felt a little bit different. But I would say right now, we truly do feel like there is intention to partner with our panel. At times, the frustration that we continue to have is the lack of follow through with what happens after, you know, oh, we're going to work on that, and then it kind of just drops. And so I think we recognize the agency is doing their best. We recognize the agency is spread very thin, and we appreciate the support that we are able to get when they have it. If that is enough of an answer, I think that's going to be my answer on this one.
And I appreciate that, because it did, like I said before, it sounded a whole different tone. So I appreciate that, and I'm glad that it's going. And I know that, there's been some changes at the agency. I know from serving on a local board and a local SU that, our special ed director, who we thought was doing a great job and hadn't even been there for a year yet, just resigned because it wasn't what she wanted to do. She didn't want to be a director. She wanted to work with the students, and that seems to be some really hard positions to fill. And my second comment, or just kind of request, and I don't know if I don't know if I've seen it before, but I'm a paper and pencil guy because I don't like technology a lot. And it looked almost sounded like you maybe were reading from some notes or something. And if it was be possible to send them, that would be really good, because I do try to keep track of what's going on, just because my memory's not as great as it once were, and technology's not helpful. And if you did have some kind of written stuff, it would help me a lot. That was it.
Absolutely. And you know what? I'm a paper and pen kind of, kind of girl, because technology has done me dirty too many times when I'm preparing for things. But I would be more than happy to type up my notes that I have handwritten and send them to Chairperson Samuelson so that you guys can have those. I know some people prefer to see it in pen and paper, or, in writing, and that can be really helpful, but I'd be happy to do that.
Great.
Okay,
And let me just say, you can copy Maureen and Suzanne, and then they'll include a link in the minutes, Katie.
Perfect. Thank you. And I do just want to say one last thing to your point. I think it is hard when everybody is frustrated with something to continue to throw on more frustrations. And we've recognized as a panel that being kind of, not to say depressed, but always the negative kind of voice is not something we want to do. We really do want to try and be a collaborative partner and an effective change maker with the agency. So if you're hearing a shift, Rich, that might be where the shift is coming from, is we are really trying to change that dynamic. And I think we have to change it as much as the AOE. So that's part of what we've been working on as well.
And I see that Zoe just kind of joined us, and she's got her hand up. And Zoe, you should really, I don't know when you came into this conversation, but you should really review it, because it is really, I think some of that is, a pat on the back to you, as well as to Katie and her group. So thank you.
Yeah, I think Zoe's been here the whole time. But Zoe, I'm going to call on you, and then Caleb, and then we'll probably wrap it up.
I appreciate that. And Katie, thank you so much for your partnership. We really do value working with the panel at the Agency of Education. We do see it as very productive to identifying where there are opportunities we need to improve, and then really working collaboratively to make changes. So many of the issues that you have brought up in your conversation are things that we have been examining at the agency, and we've been really public and forthcoming and identifying where we need to strengthen special education delivery. So, within the agency, we recognize, in my tenure, I recognized very early on that the special education division was really buried within our organization. And so through the changes that we've made, we're really elevating our focus on special education. We're elevating leadership roles within the agency so that now special education is its own division. It sits on my extended cabinet. We're bringing additional leadership expertise as well. With the Deputy Chief of Academics. And of course, you all know Aaron Davis, who is our Chief of Academics. And so we're really recognizing that we've had to make a shift as an agency, and there were some intentional moves that have already been put into place in order to elevate our focus on special education and also put it in the context of the broader education delivery. And so many of the concerns that Katie and the panel have surfaced, we have published in our reports alongside specific actions that we're taking to improve and strengthen special education delivery. We take it really seriously at the agency that we need to be clear-eyed around the challenges and to identify our role and responsibility within the system to provide very clear guidance so that we're moving our whole system forward. And so we're happy to follow up and share, some of the guidance documents that Katie did mention, and even reflect further on where we're seeing some implementation challenges across the state and implementing those best practices. That's informing a lot of the work that we're doing within our strategic plan and our professional development of really establishing statewide training and clarity of expectations so that we're able to address those issues. We're also examining where we have had long-term noncompliance with IDEA as a state. And we're identifying very clear path forward so that we can get into compliance because we know that that is important as a foundational measure, because when you're out of compliance, it creates a lot of extra work and burdensome, processes that get in the way of really focusing on the core of meeting the needs of every single student. And related to graduation rates or the new graduation requirements, I'm really encouraged that we're moving that direction as a state. Look forward to the engagement that we're going to have with the state board committee along that process, and want to also identify that we have established a working group that is focused on the accessibility of the new graduation requirements. That group has now met twice and will also be a resource for the committee of the state board as you are reviewing those graduation requirements. We are really discouraged that many of our students are graduating without those core proficiencies, as Katie was noting. And that's why it's so important that when we're making this shift as a state, we're really clear about establishing rigor and ensuring that there is equity across Vermont. So just really think that this conversation is important and that the partnership we have with the panel is really exceptional and is helpful and very productive and generative to our process of focusing on our students with an IEP and making sure that they're getting the services that they need and the support that they need to thrive in school and then beyond graduation. So thank you, Katie, so much for your leadership and your partnership on the panel. Look forward to continuing to collaborate with you.
Thank you, Zoe. Katie, did you have a response before I turn to Caleb?
I did. Thank you. Secretary Saunders, appreciate all of the nice things you said and definitely agree at the ongoing partnership. I do just want to be careful and identify one thing. We have done a great job for the last 4 years, at least that I've been on the panel, in identifying issues. We are very good at identifying the issues. What we're seeing that we're not so good at as a state is addressing the issues in a way that is actually affecting the experience of students and families navigating this. We've talked about this before in terms of restraint and seclusion. We've said we're not doing this to children under the age of 8. I could list off the top of my head 10 different students under that age who have experienced restraint or seclusion in the last month. And so I just want to be very clear that while we are doing great at acknowledging, at identifying all of these issues, some of these issues have been long-standing issues, especially like the ones where we have students who are in those hodgepodge placements or who are stuck at home in a tutoring program. That has been going on for years. And so at some point, we need to move from identifying and talking about implementation to actually figuring out what the disconnect is between what's happening in the field and for those families and what's being reported to the AOE. We learned that very clearly last night when we were talking about transitions, that what was coming from the AOE and what was being experienced were absolutely disconnected. To the point where we had to stop John Spinney from continuing his presentation because it was just offensive, because it was so surreal to hear. And so I just don't want to be that negative Nancy, but there is the reality of wanting to see things move from identification and conversation to actual change happening. And I think we're finally to the point where we're seeing that, and we hope that it continues.
Yes, so I want to make sure that I'm clear. We're not interested in continuing to diagnose and admire the problems. We are really being clear-eyed around owning where there are challenges and really developing a path forward to correct those particular issues. And that gets into looking at root cause challenges. So I wasn't there for that particular conversation with John Spinney, so I'll certainly follow up to make sure that I have clarity around what the context of that conversation was and what some of the points of insight or questions that the panel was raising. So I can't comment on that specifically. And I also want to note that we are working on a report about restraint and seclusion. And so that's going to be helpful, I think, also in identifying the data that are reported and how we make meaning of that. And to your point, all of these reports, all of the data that we're looking at is not just to report data. It's around driving action and ensuring that we're focusing on addressing the problems and improving opportunities for students. But I'll have to follow up on the particular conversation that you had with John Spinney. And we're true to that. Things come up in some of these conversations and meetings, and we have to explore them further. And you can expect that at your next panel meeting, we'll be able to follow up on that because I think we're in a regular cadence of doing that work if there's some things we can't address in the current meeting. But certainly will not comment on that because I don't know the full context, but we'll follow up with you in the panel.
Absolutely. Real quickly, I just wanted to say we are actually planning to invite you to our executive committee to discuss this. So look forward to that invitation. And secondly, just wanted to mention, sorry, lost my train of thought. I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you, Secretary Saunders.
All right, Caleb, final words or question.
I know that we're starting to get
The floor
on
is
time,
yours.
so I'll definitely be precise with it. But I think I've told the story once before, Katie, but I want to tell it quickly while you're here. You've told us a lot about the frustrations within this process, and I just want to highlight the frustrations of students with 504s because I heard you talking about IEPs, and I can tell you I do not have a 504, but I can testify from a very close friend the struggles that they have gone through with our school, with maintaining respect for it from teachers, making sure it's actually sustained and respected by those teachers. It's certainly been a struggle. And I don't want to use that as a net of like all teachers at our school do that because that's certainly not true. But they've had a lot of struggles with teachers not respecting their 504, and they've gone to like the person who has helped them make their 504 multiple times, and that person has met with teachers and it still doesn't get respected sometimes. And I mean, granted, like my friend, they're in AP classes, they have good grades, they're already in a college that they love, they are succeeding, but they're not always thriving. So I kind of just want to highlight the difference between surviving and thriving, because it's certainly a struggle sometimes over like the most minimal simplistic things that actually make like the greatest impact on just a school day.
Caleb, I just want to say thank you for sharing that. As a panel, our scope is more IDEA for sure. So we're dealing more with IEPs, but part of our conversation does include talking about, how do we support students from IEPs to 504s and students who are on 504s, how do we support them in independently advocating for their accommodations and beginning to think about what that looks like in post-secondary. So really appreciate hearing that. And just want to say as a panel, that is something we are continuing to explore to the best of our abilities, given our scope. And if there's ever anything that you have that you want to kind of put on our radar, I would love for you to email or even come to join one of our panel meetings when we're talking about it. It's definitely a very important topic, and thank you so much for sharing that experience.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Mohammed, I see your hand is up just under the wire.
Yeah, I see. I was very hesitant actually because I saw too many hands, and I hope this is okay. But I do appreciate Katie's and everyone else's comments so far, and especially about graduation requirements. I'm just recalling my first years in Vermont, and the first job, obviously, I have ever taken on in Vermont was in education, which I left back in Africa. So I was very surprised what I was witnessing, what I was seeing, being in the school system here. Katie mentioned it in a very kind way. In my early years, I really thought schools around here, no offense to anybody, whatever I say, please don't take it personal. Whatever I say is for the sake of helping us all improve our systems for our students really to succeed or graduate successfully. Meaning after graduation, they can really be on their own. So my first years, when I analyzed everything I was witnessing and seeing, my conclusion was, oh, I think we're just really babysitting in schools, honestly, because being in classrooms, working directly with students, at the end of the year, every student in whatsoever classroom is moving to the next level, the higher level, obviously. Where I came from, and or in every other country in the world, that's not how education functions. No. We came from a very rigorous system. You have to really meet the requirements to exit. It's not about your age, it's about proficiency. It's about the metrics put in place. And then to my surprise, in some schools I even worked at myself, graduation is not talked about until the student being moved from grade 1 to grade 12. That's when people start talking, oh, so and so has challenges meeting the requirements. It's not the time to talk about graduation to a student. We should not be waiting until they are in high school. We should not be waiting until 2 weeks before graduation to talk about it. That is just not okay. And I witnessed it happen. Then students graduate. After graduation, students have had time even filling a job application. Myself and some other colleagues of mine, met some community members about this who were really frustrated that their kids could not even get a job. And why did we actually give them a certificate to graduate? To say, myself, coming from Mauritania, Northwest Africa, I have never repeated a class. I have never failed a class. But once, the year before I took the baccalaureate test, because of their poor technology then, I was about 20 years ago or even more, at the end of the year, they had no record of anything, of any of my assessment. You know what happened? Because they don't have it, they said I had to repeat that year fully. I went ahead because I collect all hard copies to demonstrate this is an assessment corrected by so and so. They still didn't care because they didn't have that in their record. And that made me repeat a whole year, like my 11th grade. At the point that I actually stayed home for a full month reflecting and trying to decide whether I actually should go back to school or not, because I was so frustrated. And I know I was among the best in my classroom. But the administration, no. Whatever the failure was, the blame became on me. They don't have a record of me meeting the expectations. Then I have to retake the whole school year. So the rigor we're talking about, we really need to mean it and be consistent across the board, whether it's about special education, whether it's about students in the mainstream, whether we have to have metrics where all those metrics are consistently being monitored, being educated to our students so they know what is expected from them, so their parents know what is expected from them to graduate. I really advocate for this, and I've been advocating this for years. And it's sad it is sad that it's still happening. So please, Katie, thank you for wrapping it up or summarizing up the way you said it. But this is one of the things that hurt me the most in our education system. Just wanted to point it out, and thank you for allowing me the time for that.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Mohammed. I think we're going to leave it there. That's a good place to end. But this has been a really good conversation. And Katie, I'm just so grateful to you for coming and meeting with the board this morning. This was a good update, and I'm hopeful that things are pointed in the right direction. And we will look forward to hearing from you again in a couple of months. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, this brings us to an update from Rich on the State Aid for School Construction Advisory Board. Oh, you're muted.
I'll be very brief because I used up too much time on the previous one, but we did meet last week. It was a really great meeting. We had the, I'm going to get it wrong, but the deputy secretary meet with the group. You know, we spent our whole 2025 getting a report together for the legislature, which we were able to get in. So we were questioning our role in reviewing the charge, and the deputy secretary was really good about bringing what the agency could use for help and assistance, and the group was able to suggest some thoughts or ideas on some assistance we could offer too that was a little outside of the scope but may work. So I think it was a really good meeting, and everybody was very positive when we left. And I think we're going to meet with the deputy secretary again to clarify the request from the agency, and we'll be meeting again. I believe it's towards the end of April, and hopefully move forward and do be able to start moving that the requirements or some of the projects forward. So that's really brief, but hopefully we'll have some more stuff going on over the spring and summer.
All right. Thank you, Rich. Any comments from board members? Not hearing any. It sounds like, Rich, you're not going to be on the April agenda, but you can let me know the next time the committee meets and you want to be included for an update.
Yeah, we'll be meeting, I believe we tentatively have April 13th set Monday, so it'll be just before, so probably
Okay.
just a couple minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so next up we have State Board of Ed committee updates, and I will kick off with the update from the Legislative Review Committee. So we met one time since the board's February monthly meeting. So Tammy, Brian, and I met on Monday 2 nights ago, and we invited Senator Bongartz, Senator Cummings, Representative Conlon, and Representative Kornheiser to join us. And again, much like it's been with our prior meetings, it was just kind of an open-ended conversation where the agenda item was to invite each one of them to share their perspectives on the current legislative session, the continuing efforts to implement the goals of Act 73 of 2025, and then sort of this open-ended, is there anything else that they felt that the State Board of Ed should be informed of, or where we could provide assistance. So I'm just kind of burning through my notes here, but I think the board knows there are 2 maps. There's now a 3rd map, but I think there are really 2 maps that are gaining traction. One is the map that's been created by Senator Bongartz and the Senate Ed Committee. The other is a map that's been put forward by Representative Conlon in the House Education Committee. So, both of them acknowledge this is still very much a work in progress. There are, I think Tammy said, there's something for everyone to hate, which I think is really the pinch point in all of this. But I think, Senator Bongartz said they're not relitigating Act 73. They are committed to moving forward and trying to figure out the best path to do that and to really get people on board. So Senator Bongartz's proposed map would reduce supervisory unions and supervisory districts by half, as well as school districts by half. But I think one of the critical points with his map or his plan is that there would be a 2-year voluntary on-ramp where it would really be encouraging SUs, SDs, and school districts to do those voluntary mergers themselves, with the idea that those who are affected kind of have the best idea of how to land their own plane. And he did mention that for SUSDs and school districts that are able to do that, there is a merged unit grant that is being offered. So that's, of course, if all of this goes through, but that's what he's working on. And he said his committee is planning to vote something out in the next few weeks. He also mentioned that they are looking at increasing the base rate of the foundation formula, because that number was created in 2024 and there's some recognition that the number has grown, so they're updating that. Representative Conlon again mentioned, they're still working on his proposed map and trying to find the best path forward, and he acknowledged that his committee is kind of a microcosm of the state. So I think that's a fair assessment. He said that they've put out 3 bills, one on chronic absenteeism, one on repealing the PCV testing that was put forward in the statute a couple of years ago, and then another is a miscellaneous ed bill. And critically, the language of that bill would address the timing inconsistency that the state board has acknowledged with regard to the class size minimums. So just to recap on that one, the class size minimums per Act 73 goes into effect in July, but yet the State Board of Ed is not required to commence rulemaking to address class size minimums until August of this year. Once we commence the formal APA rulemaking process, that is an 8-month period. So those class size minimum rules would not go into effect until next spring at the earliest. Meanwhile, one school season budget has already been put before voters at town meeting day. Presumably next year will be the same thing. And so there is language that is being included in this miscellaneous ed bill that would basically tell schools that they don't need to worry about the class size minimums in terms of this 3-year period of non-compliance that's in Act 73. This current year wouldn't count toward that 3-year period, and setting the deadline for effectiveness until the later of when the State Board of Ed updates our rules to include class size minimums, or July 1st, 2027. So hopefully providing some guidance and reassurance to school districts. But of course, that bill would need to pass, but that's the language that's in there for now. And then we also met with Senator Cummings and Representative Kornheiser more from a financial end of things. There's a bill that is looking to lower the penalty threshold to 112%. I think it's currently at 118%, which would make it more likely that school districts would find themselves in penalty. But I think importantly, that penalty calculation would not include capital projects. So if a town is trying to raise money to improve its school, that money that's being raised would not be part of that penalty calculation. She did acknowledge that bill may not make it off the Senate floor. So again, lots of things in flux. And I'm just finishing off here. I think Representative Kornheiser acknowledged again the need that everything really goes back to needing to pass the foundation formula, and noting again that the foundation formula does not include construction costs, pre-K, special ed, or transportation. And then they need to figure out how that would be funded, because it's not part of the foundation formula. So the plan is our next meeting is going to be April 13th, which is right before our monthly State Board of Ed meeting on the 15th of April. So we'll have another good update for you at that point, and that will, at that point, will be past crossover and should have a pretty good sense of what is actively being considered by the General Assembly. Tammy or Brian, do you have anything to add?
I don't think, I mean, I thought our conversation with Representative Kornheiser was particularly interesting there toward the end, where we're just talking about the history of the state board a little bit, you know, where we've been, you know, where we're at, and thinking about roles and responsibilities in the future. Just, I thought it was interesting to spend a little time reflecting on that. And I think, you know, at some point, you know, maybe we as a group could do more of it, you know, just kind of get our, maybe have an opportunity to talk and see if there are other ways that we can be helpful, and take a look at what we think we do well, and maybe not well, and opportunities for the future, just to be supportive. And you and I have talked a little bit about this, I think, even before I got on the state board. So I thought that was fun and interesting.
Yeah, she mentioned, you know, for instance, the Green Mountain Care Board is much more of, I mean, when you look at how it's structured compared to the State Board of Ed, the State Board of Ed is mostly, I mean, it's essentially a volunteer organization, as opposed to the Green Mountain Care Board. And she was really sort of wondering, I don't think this is anything that her committee has talked actively about, but really just more wondering, you know, would it make sense to stand up the State Board of Ed to be a more official advisory group with money behind it? And that would be a real shift that, and there would have to be funding for it. So
Right.
It's an interesting conversation to have, but I think it starts with where's the funding that would allow that shift to happen. So anyway, it was a good thought. And I think it makes a lot of sense, you know, because as I pointed out to her, and one of the struggles with the State Board of Ed is that we all have day jobs. And so we are all fitting in the work of the state board around our other schedules. And what would things look like if that weren't the case, if this were the job? So it was a good conversation.
Yeah.
Anything else? Mohammed?
Hey, thank you for the summary, and it made me think when you spoke about the class size minimum. I wonder how that would work effectively as we're thinking about all this new structure coming up about graduation. How class size minimum can be decided without aligning it with proficiencies. If class size minimum matters, why would we not think about proficiencies? And why, when I say that, I mean who should be in the same class in terms of proficiency, and or are we going to continue with the same system we still have, which is basically age, not
So the current
proficiency?
statute, Mohammed, on class size minimums stipulates certain, right, minimums counts of students by age and grade level, and also differentiates at the secondary level across core content areas. I think the challenge that we have right now is that the key terms, right, that go into determining a class size are undefined, right? So we don't have a definition of class, we don't have a definition of teacher of record, we don't have a definition of school, right? And so it makes what is happening is that school boards are having to individually try to sort out what those definitions are and so that they can figure out sort of proactively how they may or may not comply with what is already in statute. And the challenge with that is that although these things don't go into effect for a number of years officially, if you're a good school board, you're thinking about hiring right now, right? And you're thinking about these kinds of things right now in terms of your current budget, your staffing plans, and then now with larger conversations around consolidation. So I think what you're bringing up is, you know, a more, I guess, a larger policy issue, which is should we, in the context of our educational system, be thinking about different kinds of groupings based on competency, right? As opposed to just, right, what we think in terms of lockstep grades. That's a bigger policy question, and certainly something that is worthy of discussion in any kind of competency-based education system, but that is different from where we are with the class size and minimums right now. But we do need to define those key terms.
Thanks, Tammy.
And that is a good segue to Brian, because Brian is chairing the class size minimums committee. So Brian, I don't know if you have an update to share.
Sure. But just first, Mohammed, I think some of the stuff you've been talking to us about is so interesting from, I mean, you've talked about, really an international perspective and what, different countries do and have done in the past. And, it'd be interesting to continue that conversation with you at some point. And maybe you can even share some additional information with us as we move forward in our work. So thank you.
Happy to join you, Brian. Thank you. Happy to join you in that conversation.
Yeah, I would love it. It'd be great. So we're going to meet hopefully at the end of April. We have a committee, I believe there are 3 of us, and I am working with Representative Buxton, our ledge counsel, our counsel, Sarah Buxton, to reach out to the Agency of Education to start to gather any information that has informed their guidance, any information that they think we need to have and read between now and our first meeting to make sure that we're all up to date on this issue as best as we possibly can by the time we gather at the end of April. And I think that might be everything. And so, Secretary Saunders, I'll be in contact with you, with somebody on your team. Either I will or Sarah Buxton about that. And I think all of this can be found also online, but it'd be helpful just to help, if you could help us curate it and kind of get it out to folks, that'd be great.
Yep, we stand ready to support you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks. And I was going to say, I know Tammy also has some materials that she can send. And just as a refresher, there are 4 people on the committee. It's Brian, Tammy, Tom, and Brianna. So Brianna will not be voting this year, but she will be next year.
Good practice.
Yeah, Brian, I had pulled together a national policy scan of those key terms and how different states have defined them and operationalized also at the federal level so that they're consistent with student information systems that we're already using and already our agency reporting. So I can share that with you. I have a table and a set of definitions.
Maybe share them with Secretary Saunders as well. That would be terrific.
All right. Well, thank you, Brian. Tammy, I will turn it to you for the Student Performance Standards Committee update.
Great. So you kind of already got the update a little bit already. We met last evening. We covered 2 things. We received a revised green sheet from Stephanie Vogel at the agency on the WIDA standards on Friday. So we spent some time last night reviewing sort of that revised green sheet, and I'll talk about that separately when we come to the vote. But we did agree as a committee to send those recommendations to the full board. We also started our work on the graduation standards. Aaron joined us from the agency to talk a little bit about process there. Our intent right now is to continue on our monthly meeting schedule in terms of a cadence. The goal will be to have our recommendations, at least start to preview the recommendations back to the board, full board in November, but in anticipating the first opportunity for a vote in December. There is a bit of a clock on this. I know yesterday even there was some correspondence with the feds about their interest in seeing us get something in place, and so this is being closely monitored in terms of timelines. So I think generally we're going to try to work on a timeline that gets a vote, get something before the full board to vote in December. But It's a little hard to know how to plan for that just because we haven't dug in very much. So our next meeting, we will be taking testimony from a broad range of constituents around the communities and educators around the state. And I think based on that, the committee needs to make a decision about the sort of where on the continuum of work we are, that needs to happen, and then we can develop sort of a work plan around that. So last night we just took in some additional information around the scope of the work and the process that's been used by the agency, and our next step will be to start to do some of our own investigation and get some take some testimony on that. So 2 pieces of work, the WIDA standards and the graduation standards, occurred last evening at that meeting. So shall we shift to the WIDA standards, Jennifer?
Yeah, let me just pause there. Does anyone have any questions for Tammy or the committee before we shift to the WIDA standards? Not seeing any hands raised. So yes, let's move on to the WIDA standards.
Great. So a couple months ago in January, Stephanie Vogel from the agency did a presentation on the WIDA standards. The WIDA standards are a set of standards. They're actually curriculum and assessments that work together to evaluate and help English learners and determine the services that they receive. And so they are a graduated standard, as you might have read, right? There's graduated between 1 and 4, and then there are some transition levels as well. Those standards, those graduated standards now are tied to funding in the state under Act 73. There are different weights that go with them, but they really are intended to be, they really are supposed to be both summative standards, but also standards that help inform instruction. So just sort of a general framework. It is a national set of standards, just like what we have in Common Core or something along those lines. These are not state-specific standards, and the majority of states in the United States are aligned with what is known as the WIDA consortium. There are some other consortiums like ALPA, but not as many states participate, and several states have done their own standards, but they're actually backing away from doing their own standards. For example, New York is backing away from their own standards, finding them really hard to sort of keep up, and they are now joining the WIDA consortium. So the WIDA standards are, again, national standards. They're used by most states. They're both summative, right, in terms of understanding how students are performing, but they also are supposed to inform the kinds of services that students receive. So that's just generally what they are. The committee reviewed these standards over the course of 2 meetings. The first meeting, we had a conversation with Stephanie, and there were 3 sort of buckets of things that, based on their green sheets, that we asked for additional clarification around. One, that the green sheet make it clear that English language services are Tier 1 instruction, not Tier 2. This isn't a supplemental intervention, right? For those of you who are familiar with MTSS language, right? That this is core instruction. And that was an important thing to clarify so that people understood sort of how the standards fit and sort of instructional design. The second thing was that these standards come with a set of assessments, and those assessments are in addition to VCAT and all the other assessments that go on in our public schools, and that there's a burden associated with those assessments. And again, wanting to make sure that the green sheet accurately sort of reflect the scale of that burden, not just for teachers and schools, but also for students. And the one change that was made to the green sheet at our request last night was a simple addition of a sentence. Also recognize, and Mohammed brought this up, that when students engage in these assessments, they're losing class time, right? So there are burdens associated with implementing these standards for districts and schools and teachers, but also students. Not just in terms of the time that are associated with the tests, but also lost class time when they take the tests. The third thing is that we needed to be clear about to whom these standards are applying, right? And so English learners, there are different ways that that group of students can and are defined. In many places in the state, we actually use multilingual learners, not English learners. And so for the purposes of knowing to whom the standards apply. We asked the agency to clarify sort of what the working definition was going to be. The agency came back and clarified that they are going to, that the definition, 42 states, thanks, that the working definition for the purposes of the standards is going to align with the federal definition, which is both aligned with Title I and Title III, which is part of our funding and our ESSA plan. And so that is the working definition. That's also the definition that is in Title 16. There are other sort of definitional considerations around English learners, and the green sheet names those as well. Those are things that the agency is going to continue to work on because they have both practical significance in the field, right, in terms of thinking about how we provide supplemental services to students and also technical assistance to schools and districts. And in the case of SLIFE and newcomers, it has implications for funding. However, those definitions are going to take more time to develop. I know there's an effort within the agency to think that through and also to coordinate with constituents in the field around that. However, those definitions are unnecessary for implementing the standards because the standards will apply to the more narrow definition of students who are English learners as defined by the federal regulations. So that's the big picture. Mohammed and Tom, do you want to jump in? Anything I missed?
You nailed it, Tammy. Thank you.
Yeah, I think all the points that you brought up are the really important ones that we added. WIDA standards are well recognized, and we need to adopt some standards. These seem to be the best national standards available.
And am I remembering that the agency has been sort of following the WIDA standards for 20 plus years anyway?
We've been a member of the consortium for a long time, but the standards are not necessarily uniformly applied.
A year after it was initiated, and that could be, if I remember correctly, since 2004, as for Vermont.
Yeah, but there's no requirement right now, Jennifer, that all districts use them in the same way, even though they are part of our assessment system.
Okay, Zoe?
Tammy had mentioned around the assessment system. I was just saying they, in essence, are the de facto standard because they are built into our annual assessments.
They're part of the assessment system. And so in that way, they're an established part of the landscape. But as standards come, right, the fact that they're not in our canon of standards right now does not carry the same heft when it comes to thinking through professional development and all those other kinds of things, that once these are standards, then districts and schools are going to have to consider.
Yeah. Cynthia?
And I want to add one thing. Oh, sorry, Cynthia, go ahead. Sorry.
I just think that was my question, and probably for Zoe. If we adopt these, when we adopt these, however we proceed, what are the implications as far as on the ground and to school districts?
So I think one thing is real clarity of expectation. So we're doing a lot of work within the field about ensuring there's understanding of the standards, right? And so the content standards that have already been approved by the state board along with the WIDA standards. So that's with our team beyond being an assessment, just providing that additional training and clarity around the standards. And I can ask Erin Davis if she's on the line, if there's any other points she'd like to bring up around how that looks moving forward. Erin, is there anything you want to add to that?
No, I think you've covered it. Thank you.
So there's one thing I might add, though, that I think is important. So the WIDA standards also are designed to align with content areas, right? And so it's not that these are just English language proficiency standards that sit out here, right? There is an intentional bridge, for example, to math, right, into English, right? And so what that means is that when these standards go in place, districts are going to have to, if they have not done so already, right, they can no longer just treat this as an assessment. This is going to have to become a more curricular alignment conversation. And this is something we talked about at length in our committee last night, right? And Stephanie explained to us, right? which is, it's one thing if this is part of the assessment system, but when these become standards, Cynthia, what this means is that there will be an obligation for this curricular, right, for this alignment that goes on across English language instruction and services and math and ELA and things along those lines. And that's a good thing, right? That's a good thing. And that's part of the reason that we are adopting standards around this, so that the standard, so that it just isn't this assessment system out here. We actually now will have curricular alignment so that students who are English learners, right, are able to access the general curriculum while also accessing high quality English learner services.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Mohammed, I saw you had a comment in here. Yeah, they align with Common Core. But there's an explicit alignment between the two, right? And I think that's the key distinction between this moving from just a set of assessments that are used to sort of assess how students are progressing, right, in their English proficiency. Adopting these as standards now means that there should be this intentional alignment between these two things. And I think Tom pointed out at one point, like, these standards around this alignment are probably good for students who are not defined as English learners too, right? Like, there's a lot of good stuff in here. So I think that's the important distinction between where we are now and what happens when these become standards.
Thank you, Tammy. The other good thing about the standard is that it invites all mainstream teachers to forcefully, I have to say, collaborate with ELL teachers to teach math using the standard, to teach science using the standard. The best thing about the VSBE consortium or standards is that you get free PD, professional development, from the consortium as well. So it makes it easier for educators to constantly improve, while these webinars are always there to support the learning and instruction. If we have to build our own assessments, which we do have the option to do if we chose not to do WIDA or slide, but do we have the capacity to develop our own assessment? And how much time will it take for us to accomplish that? While we have WIDA, I do encourage, Tammy has mentioned about the burden already of the assessment, but every other standardized test has that saying about burden. So it's up to us. Do we want to collaborate? And here is one thing you need to remember. ELL students are not only taught and not only always taught by ELL qualified teachers. They can be in a mathematics class. That math teacher is not trained to teach ELL. The science teacher out there may not be trained to teach ELL. So once these standards are adopted, it invites them all to collaborate, to work together.
Thank you, Mohammed.
So I think the key sort of check-in here is, from my perspective, is we can take, I can propose a motion to vote on these standards, and we did at the beginning of the meeting allow ourselves to vote on this, with the idea we will have to do some revisiting in April. I think the question I have, just before I even put a motion on the table, is how comfortable, like a straw poll, are people comfortable with the level of information you have based on sort of what you've read? I know it was last minute, the information the committee has provided. Is it straw poll? Should we move forward with taking a vote today, or do you need more time with this?
And I appreciate you asking the question, Tammy, because I do know the board members in the past have, really wanted materials in advance, and the green sheet is not significantly different than the green sheet that was distributed in January, but it does include that additional language, sort of connecting the dots on the definition of English language learner. And I just want to make sure that board members, because that did not hit your inbox until this morning, that you feel comfortable and ready to take a vote on this today. So back to Tammy's straw poll question.
Yeah. I think we just wanted as a committee, since we voted it out and we know that this has been sitting in the agency is anxious to get this moving. We wanted to create the opportunity for the conversation and the vote today, but if people want to pump the brake on that, we can do that too. Rich. Hands up.
I was just agreeing, if your committee is unanimous that we go ahead and move this forward to a vote, I'm good to vote on, especially if we have to ratify it again at the next meeting.
Let me flip the question upside down. Anybody feeling uncomfortable with voting? Then I'm going to read my motion that Sarah wrote for me, which is, I move to adopt the WIDA English Language Development Standards Framework as recommended by the Student Performance Committee pursuant to the board's authority under 16 VSA 164(9). Do I have a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Mohammed.
I got it. Mohammed has seconded. An appropriate second. Thank you, Mohammed. Any more discussion?
All right. I don't hear any discussion. So all those in favor, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? All right, we have passed the motion, and I'm going to put that on my list right now before I forget that we are going to ratify the motion at our April meeting. So thank you,
To the
guys.
Standards Committee for careful review on this, and also, Stephanie Vogel at the agency, as always, does a really great job. And I don't know if folks know that Steffi is now in a national leadership role on this stuff, and we are really lucky to have her in this state. She's great.
Thank you. So board, we are a little bit off schedule. We are kind of at the point where we are scheduled to take a break, but we had a couple of agenda items. So just putting that out there, do we want to take a break now, or do we want to continue on with the secretary's report? And then the next agenda item, which is appointing a hearing officer. Does anyone feel strongly about taking a break now or not?
I'd love to hear from the secretary.
All right. We're all in agreement? All right, we will carry on. So Zoe, I will turn it to you for the secretary's report. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. So I come to this secretary's update this month in a reflective space and want to offer some additional framing. Vermont is in a period of education transformation, and that requires us to examine every part of our education system. And it's the moment for us to come together and to do what few states have attempted to do and none have fully achieved, which is to double down on public education and become the new standard of excellence for the country. This is exciting, and it continues to motivate me and my team at the agency. We often say at the agency that we're doing the hard work, but it's the right work. And yet at the same time, some narratives, continue to attribute long-standing challenges to the agency, when in many cases, those are the very issues our agency now is actively working to address. We have to acknowledge that the challenges facing our education system today are a result of decades of policy, along with large shifts in our demographics and shifts in needs for our state. And I think it's our responsibility to make sure we're coming together to be really clear-eyed around the challenges, identify where those, what we need to resolve and at what level, so that we can work together to improve opportunities for our students. Many of the laws that have been passed over the last several decades have really shifted the responsibilities that typically lie with the state level down to the field. And that has contributed to fragmentation and inconsistency. And it has also burdened many of our districts that don't have the resources to do what we're asking them to do. And so our focus now at the agency is to address those challenges head on and to be transparent about where there have been longstanding issues. We have publicly acknowledged those challenges, and that is intentional. We have submitted a number of reports that have directly named some of the flaws of prior legislation and some of the areas where we need to change as an agency in order to meet the evolving needs of the state of Vermont. So I think that I share this because it's really important as we're endeavoring to do this large scale change to support our students, that we're really coming together. And there are opportunities for us to strengthen every part of our system. And I want to reiterate to you at the State Board of Education that our agency is very committed to that. Our agency of education and our professionals here are really motivated to lead and support the change that is needed in order for our education system to be more equitable and to, again, be that standard of excellence for the entire country. And so I think that framing is helpful as we really get into some conversations with you today. And I'm very interested in having some further dialogue around what that looks like. What I'm prepared to present is some updates on how we're moving that work forward. And later in the agenda, I will provide a deeper dive into what we're doing to strengthen our accountability system in a way that is also increasing support. So I'll hold my updates around the state report card till later in the agenda, but I'm very much looking forward to the opportunity to share the work we're doing. So I'm trying to shift here so that I can share my screen and go through a couple of updates, and I will keep them brief. Let me just confirm. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay,
Thanks.
perfect. Let me just put that in. Is that now in presentation mode? Sorry, I can't see you.
No, it's not yet.
It's not yet. Okay, hold on one second. I think I might have shared the wrong screen. I have 3 screens going at one time here, so hold on one second. Okay. How about now?
That's good.
Beautiful.
Okay, great. So today's updates, I want to provide you an overview of where we are with our strategic planning process, specifically the work that our steering committees are working on, along with a highlight of some of our accelerated initiatives, and to preview what we're working on for our next annual planning retreat. I do want to share feedback from USED on Vermont's corrective actions. For the purpose of today, I will highlight the feedback on the graduation requirements, because I know that's timely for your conversations, and then just to share some of the recent reports that we have released. So in terms of where we are in our strategic planning process, we are at that strategy development point. We have done a lot of the work of really thinking through the long-term vision. We know our mission. We know what the role of the agency is. We've been clear about our values, and we've done a very intensive environmental scan. That environmental scan has included a number of analyses around different data points, looking at other policy reviews from other states, and most importantly, collecting that feedback from the ground in a variety of different focus groups and listening sessions that we continue to do across the state. And so as we think about the strategy development work, it's important that we are grounding our strategy in the realities on the ground. So we have established steering committees. Those steering committees are organized across for the 5 strategic pillars of our plan. So we have 5 committees that are running concurrently, and they're working with us to refine that vision statement. We've shared with you the components of our vision of being the best education system in the nation, and grounding that in the values of Vermont, where we give all students both roots and wings. But through this process, we'll refine that statement so that we have a really cogent vision statement that everyone can get behind, and that will help to be a North Star in guiding our actions to the future of public education in Vermont. The committee will also help us to set measurable multi-year targets. They will provide input around the strategies that we're rolling out as an agency as we think through the specific action plan, and again, being really explicit around the different roles and responsibilities at all levels of our system. And then importantly, we are not developing a plan to put on the shelf. We are developing a plan to really guide our work. And so we're asking the committees, after we really finalize the plans, that they're part of our efforts ongoing to progress monitor and make mid-course corrections that may be needed throughout a multi-year cycle. You've also heard us talking about a lot of other activities that are happening, and I wanted to give clarity to the ways in which we're engaging multiple groups and how we're clarifying those roles and responsibilities. In addition to the steering groups, we are standing up working groups as needed. And so here, just trying to kind of point to some distinctions we make. The steering committee is established to really validate the reality as we're defining the problem statement and clarifying what success looks like as we're setting those outcomes and those measurable multi-year targets. The working groups operate very differently. So the working groups kind of are stood up as needed to solve immediate or defined problems and tend to be more short term. And so that I wanted to kind of give light to how we're operationalizing that, so that through this process, there may be additional working groups that we need to guide more of the immediate focus, to either start a pilot program or provide some initial recommendations to informing our work at the agency, and in some instances to supporting your work at the state board level. So as we're bringing our steering committees together, I want to identify where we are in the process. In the next 2 months, we're focusing on clarifying the goals. When we hosted our statewide planning retreat in November of 2025, we laid out our strategic planning framework, and we identified the key performance indicators within each of those pillars. And now it's the work of ensuring that those are the right key performance indicators and that there's clarity around where we're headed. So as we look at these key performance indicators or KPIs, it's not just about measures. It's really about defining what matters most. And so we have to start with clarity on where we're headed. Often it's easy to move into the action planning right away, but we're being disciplined and being clear on establishing an understanding of the problem and an understanding of what success will look like. And so over the next couple of months, both with our steering committee and internally as an agency, we're evaluating those key performance indicators that have been drafted to make sure that they're clear, to make sure that they're actionable, and that they're aligned to real problems. And so we want to do this work because we know that in order for our KPIs to drive improvement, we have to be clear on the problem, articulate what success looks like, and then identify the changes that will be needed to get there. So the reflection that is underway right now with these steering committees is, as we look at these key performance indicators, asking ourselves the question, what problem are we trying to solve? And in asking ourselves that question, also identifying what is not working today, along with what are some things that are working well that we want to amplify. And so both are important areas of inquiry as we move forward this work. So we're building on what makes Vermont's education system strong, and we're removing the barriers and the impediments to achieving these goals. Secondly, with each KPI, we're asking, what will success look like in 3 to 5 years? And what would be different for students in our schools? Most importantly, what's the impact that we're trying to achieve for our students in schools? What will that look like? And how will we know that we're getting there? We recognize with these key performance indicators that they will need to be refined further. And so we're asking really straightforward questions. Is this clearly defined? Is it measurable? Do we need to look at different data? Do we need to refine how we're talking about this KPI? And then if there are KPIs that don't make sense, we need to understand what is not clear and work with our field partners, work with the steering committees to establish our goals in a way that everyone understands, that everyone's invested in, because that's articulating a vision of the future that we are all working towards. So that's the work of the steering committees that are underway right now. We're really thankful and grateful for those who have raised their hands to be part of this committee, and we're really excited for the opportunity to roll up our sleeves and really dive into this work. They started this week, and then they'll be meeting every month thereafter. A spotlight quickly on the accelerated initiative. So as I've mentioned to you, even though we're building this multi-year long-term strategic plan, we recognize that as an agency, we have to be agile and responsive to the immediate needs facing the field now. And so even back in November, we rolled out some of the initiatives that we're already working on as we build out this longer term plan. So shifting to statewide graduation requirements is important in terms of, and it sits under our pillar of college and career readiness. Want to share that we have organized student focus groups. Up for Learning will be facilitating those student focus groups, and that information we'll share with you for your committee to reflect on what the students are sharing and the insights that they have about the statewide graduation requirements. We also have organized an accessibility working group. That working group is specifically designed to evaluate the accessibility for our graduation requirements for those students with an IEP. That committee has now met twice, and they'll continue to meet. We'll make sure, and this is a point of question that I would have, we want to have a feedback loop for these groups back to the committees that are reviewing the graduation requirements. So our expectation would be to share kind of our meeting minutes, and in some cases, the actual summaries of the major themes from the student focus groups with the standards committee. So as we mentioned, when we shared with you our proposal for statewide graduation requirements, we are committed to staying involved with the state board as you're looking at those requirements and thinking also about how to operationalize them. We are here as a partner. We have organized some other convenings of stakeholders, as I'm noting today, and look forward to working with you on that process. With Read Vermont, we continue to make good progress. We have a cohort that is really engaged and has some early successes. We're seeing a lot of professional learning and sharing across our educators, across multiple schools and districts, and that's really exciting to see. They're also helping us to inform the planning that will happen next year, and we'll be releasing a report on Act 139 very soon, and that will, I think, also be a great input to continuing our efforts of elevating literacy outcomes statewide. We have requested some additional funding for the legislature. It's actually a reversion of dollars, and it's a recognition of how the agency is looking at the resources we have and are realigning our resources to best meet the needs of the field and address the most pressing areas of focus. And so we are hopeful that we will get approved to use those dollars to continue supporting Read Vermont. And then as part of our plan and under the pillar of special education and differentiated support for all learners, we have identified that Act 173, which was passed back in 2018, really contains the right approach, but we've had some challenges in terms of implementation. And so we're committed within our plan really focusing on implementation planning. And so we have scheduled boot camps that are focused on scheduling. So there's a little bit of redundancy there. And those will be for April and May. And so we're providing that support to the field to really think intentionally around how they are creating their schedules for next year to fully meet the needs of all of their students. We also have pulled together a working group of educators across the state who are helping us in developing the playbook, and more importantly, helping us to develop the implementation and monitoring tools. We are organizing training sessions that will begin late summer, early fall to support with the implementation of that playbook. And we're really appreciative of those educators that are part of the working group to inform that effort. So I'll move on. That's my update around the strategic plan. Oh, sorry, I'm going back. I do have a couple other updates. Do you want me to continue with my updates, Jennifer, and then open it to questions?
Sure.
Okay, so shifting gears and talking about our corrective action plan. As you know, the U.S. Department of Education visited Vermont in the summer of 2024. They have identified a number of findings in which we have responded to with corrective action plans. The one that I think we've talked about a lot is around graduation requirements, and do want to share with you some of the feedback we have received around that corrective action plan to date. So the department is concerned about the implementation timeline for board approval. It is likely that students will register for courses for the 27-28 school year before July 2027 and will need information on graduation requirements to inform registration decisions. Furthermore, in their feedback, they focused on flexible pathways. So just as context, our finding for the state of Vermont is that our graduation requirements and flexible pathways represent uneven rigor, which puts us out of compliance. So in addition to the statewide graduation requirements, there's an emphasis on flexible pathways. Flexible pathways, as they noted in their feedback, flexible pathways must meet the same standards or be more rigorous than the standard pathway to earning a regular high school diploma in the state. For example, if completion of Algebra 1 is required to earn a regular high school diploma, a student enrolled in a career and technical education program who wishes to take welding in place of Algebra 1 must demonstrate that welding meets or exceeds the Algebra 1 standards in order to earn credit for that course toward completion of Algebra 1. Additionally, accommodations for English learners and children with disabilities must ensure that graduation requirements meet the same or more rigorous standards as a standard pathway to earning a regular high school diploma in the state. An EL or CWD could not use credit for a less rigorous mathematics course to earn an Algebra 1 credit, for example. Credit for every required course must be met for each student who wishes to earn the regular high school diploma and be included in the numerator. AOE must monitor an LEA, so an LEA in Vermont's context is an SUSD, selection and implementation of flexible pathway to ensure that requirements for the high school diploma are met. So sharing this feedback with you because it does impact the timeline. So our recommendation from the Agency of Education and what we've been discussing with the U.S. Department of Education is to have the graduation requirements finalized by December of 2026. This is consistent with the recommendation that we put forward in our initial proposal. And then as it relates to the work around flexible pathways, we've been clear within our corrective action plan that our statewide graduation requirements continue to incorporate Act 77 and that flexible pathways are an important part of the learning in Vermont. And as we move forward, there's opportunity to ensure that we're strengthening and ensuring consistency and rigor for those different flexible pathway programs. As part of our planning, as you're doing your graduation requirements, we'll be engaging in a broader environmental scan to understand the different flexible pathways that are offered for students. And really within the graduation requirements, we put a lot of thought into balancing that to make sure that students in their high school career have those opportunities to deepen their learning in ways that are outlined within our flexible pathways law of Act 77. And then the last update I have for you is related to the independent school annual assurances. So based on the updated state board rules, a independent school is required to complete these assurances. I am going to directly quote the statute or the state rule around what happens if they are not, because that does feed into my next recommendations. If an approved independent school fails to submit its form by the date set by the agency, the secretary shall promptly contact the school by phone or first-class mail regarding its deficiency and notify the board that the school is out of compliance with subsection above. After providing an opportunity for a hearing, the board may revoke, suspend, or impose conditions on the school's approval status, including its eligibility to receive public tuition, if it determines that the school has failed to comply with the requirements of this subsection without a showing of good cause. So we have done our annual assurances. There are 3 schools that have failed to submit or respond to the AOE. So it is at this juncture our next step to refer those 3 schools to the state board's independent school committee for next step. This is the first time that this particular element of the state board rule has really been in effect. And so I think it's important that it go to the committee for a fuller conversation and understanding around kind of the intent of this clause and clarity around what additional review may be required on your end before or if state board action would be contemplated. And that concludes my updates.
Thank you, Zoe. The slideshow was also really helpful in terms of allowing board members to follow along, because that was a lot of information that you've given to us, but really, really helpful, clear in terms of where the agency is and where the board is, and just making sure that we are aligned with our goals. So with that, I see Mohammed and then Tammy.
I echo Chair Samuelson. Thank you for the presentation. With the presentation, less somehow I couldn't say it, but I did not notice anywhere where we spoke about Vermont adult learning when we talked about graduation requirements, knowing that they are under our supervisory somehow.
Yes. So the adult learners are part of the graduation requirements and were included within the recommendations we put forward. We continue to work with our team that oversees adult education and literacy for input around and the impacts of the graduation requirements. So it would, yes, be inclusive of our adult learners as well in the AEL program.
Thank you.
Tammy, I don't see your hand up anymore. Tom?
Yes, thank you. So I wonder if you know when those schools will come before the 2200 approvals committee.
I would like to work with you on scheduling. This, I believe, all of the kind of actions on I can go back to the timeline, Tom, to clarify, but we've just completed our review process, which concluded last week. And so I'm bringing forward an update. It was requested by the vice chair of the board to share with you what we've done, and we have done our appropriate follow-up. So I can coordinate with you after the meeting in terms of scheduling that for the 2200 series committee. But I think that would make sense for the next place to go.
Great. And then I'm interested in the U.S. Department of Education feedback, especially around flexible pathways and uneven rigor. And I'm wondering if you have models in state or out of state that you're using to guide improvement in that area. How are you addressing that uneven rigor?
Yeah, so I think this is a multi-phased approach. So in terms of the uneven rigor, we know that establishing those statewide graduation requirements is really critical because we have to be explicit around what we are expecting for our students to know and be able to do upon graduation. And then there's further mapping that will need to happen around the different ways in which students are able to demonstrate the proficiency to satisfy those standards and being able to earn the credit. So that work will require some additional review and mapping on to the standards that the state board has approved. And I'll ask Erin if she wants to elaborate on that any further.
So, hi everyone. I'll come on camera just to field that question quickly. And lovely to see you all this morning. I've been listening in as we've been going. So we know that the proposal that we made in our report in December really offers us a framework for what the requirements will be in terms of, approximate coverage of what standards we could teach to proficiency of for each of the content areas. Again, it's not meant to say you must offer specific courses at this point, although that, of course, is one way that we could deliver on educational opportunities for our students to satisfy the requirements. So the Secretary is exactly right. Our next step would be to really specify which of the standards that the state board has already approved for our students across the state in each of those content areas would be most important to teach to in order for students to graduate. And then from there, we would support the rollout of that and be providing monitoring to make sure that students are provided with those opportunities to engage with learning at the appropriate level of rigor aligned to standards by each content area. And now WIDA.
Thanks. And let me just see if I get this right. So the standards, for example, let's use the Algebra 1 example that they used. The standards for Algebra 1, there'll be a subset of those that will be required of both traditional classroom education and a flexible pathway, say welding. There's a subset of those that will be required for graduation to meet that requirement. Do I have that right?
A subset of the so grades 9 through 12, Common Core standards for math. So the Algebra 1 standards for math would of course then get mapped onto a course for Algebra 1, but it could also be mapped onto other learning experiences that would be relevant to standards at that level of rigor for Algebra 1. So a cleaner example maybe might be that some places are offering integrated math. And so we're trying to be clear, we're not requiring an Algebra 1 course, but if you're choosing to deliver the Algebra 1 Common Core math standards in another way, you would have to be able to document that you're covering the same standards as would be offered in an Algebra 1 course. And so it still has that flexibility, because really what we're doing here is anchoring to coverage of the appropriate grade level standards for grades 9 through 12 in the content areas that we've outlined.
Thank you.
So I've been listening to this and kind of continuing on with the Algebra 1 example. So the good news that I think everyone is on board with is this idea that students aren't just going to get passed out of a class because they've taken it, but they won't get credit for that class unless they actually demonstrate mastery of the concepts, which I think conceptually is where we all want to be. I guess my question is it possible? I mean, are we contemplating that there are some kids who might never demonstrate mastery of Algebra 1 that might not get a high school diploma, and does that kind of feed into, sort of jumping ahead to the state report card of, certain kids? Are we building into the system the likelihood or the possibility that there might be an increased number of kids who will not be able to graduate because they won't be able to meet the requirements?
So if I could tease out a couple of things within your question there, Chair. One aspect of that question, I think, has to do with like the need to fill learning gaps that we know that students will enter our high schools with. They're currently entering our high schools with these learning gaps. Part of the approach that we're taking is to make sure that students are appropriately awarded credit or recognition for their learning with those grade level standards. So for example, we heard of some situations where schools were offering 2 math credits toward their graduation requirements if it took a student 2 years to learn the Algebra 1 content. So they may have had like an Algebra 1A for their freshman year that covered some remediation as well, and then an Algebra 1B, and then they were awarded 2 math credits for it. And so that's one thing that we're seeking to address here, is that yes, students will come in with learning gaps, but if we're truly applying a proficiency-based approach to this that recognizes students showing proficiency to the standards that the state board has approved, we need to have a system that recognizes and awards credit for not the seat time that we've all been talking about, but the actual learning and proficiency toward those standards. And then I heard the second part of your question having to do with potential impact on graduation rates. I mean, I think that right now it's very difficult for us to really even compare apples to apples, apples to oranges, maybe even apples to bananas, because there is such variation across the state in the locally determined proficiency-based graduation rates. And so short, concise answer would be yes, I anticipate any change that we make is going to have some change on the graduation rates. However, the work that we're doing as an agency to prepare for this shift is one to make sure that we can help folks build the infrastructure and address those learning gaps and begin to make those shifts now, knowing that this is on the horizon. And we've got, not just the short ramp for the decision making that you all have, but really a 4-year beyond that additional on ramp, because this goes into effect for the graduating class of 2031. So we do have some time to continue to support folks in filling those gaps and making sure that we're helping to provide not just additional instruction to those students that have the learning gaps, but also additional structures to fill gaps that students have, whether it's through, summer coursework, after hour support, et cetera, really all of the full wraparound that we can be providing.
Yeah, because I guess
And then
I was
one
just,
last thing,
Oh, yeah,
sorry
sure.
to interrupt you,
That's okay.
but the accessibility group that the secretary mentioned earlier. So for students with, more intensive learning disabilities, or for students with other barriers, like we're looking at the SLIFE population as well, or multilingual learners, we are looking at ways to, within the regulations of US Ed, outline what kinds of accommodations or modifications could be made for those students in those subpopulations.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess what I'm getting at is I don't think it's the right answer to just pass a student through. But I could imagine that a student might be frustrated by, having to retake Algebra 1, once, twice, whatever. And at a certain point, that student might feel like, I give up, I'm just going to drop out of high school. And I don't think that's the right answer either. So and maybe you guys have already kind of identified how to keep those students engaged and motivated to work through to attain that mastery. But, because I was looking at our graduation rates as they are currently, and, not to bleed into the presentation later, but I was surprised at how low our graduation rates are, frankly. So I wouldn't want them to go lower, but just kind of thinking through how are we going to ensure that students feel supported and motivated to gain this mastery. Thanks. Tammy?
Interestingly enough, Jennifer, Vermont's graduation rates are among the highest in the country. Our transition rates to post-secondary, however, are some of the lowest in the country. So that's an interesting gap.
And I guess just to clear, it was really the disconnect between the goal and the reality.
Yeah.
So that
Yeah.
should have clarified. Thanks.
Yeah. And the other thing is that it isn't best practice to have a child or a student retake Algebra 1. Hopefully the best practice would be in intentional tutoring and other kinds of instructional interventions. Having a child retake Algebra 1 3 times would not be best practice, and I don't think that would be contemplated in these standards. But I had a different question, and Aaron, I have to be honest, I didn't have a chance to read everything you gave me yesterday. So if this is in there, but I know it's an issue other states, so that's why I'm asking, is that when we operate a public school voucher program, like what we do here in Vermont, and we have Title I, Title III IDA dollars commingled and following students, and we now have our ESSA plan, and we are going to have graduation requirements as a part of that, and those have been named. Are those graduation requirements now going to follow the child as the dollars follow the child? Because that's how it works in other states. And if so, that's a consideration for our committee, because that means that we also have to contemplate how these graduation requirements will be implemented in non-public settings.
So I'm going to jump in there. That's a decision for the legislature to make.
Actually, it's not the decision for the legislature to make if it's a condition of federal dollars. That's why I'm asking. So
the way that our shared
you have Title I,
yeah.
Title III, and IDA dollars commingled, then people who receive those dollars are under the same requirements, just like, for example, IDA, right? So if in fact, or is it going to be the LEA? So if we have non-operating districts who are their own LEA, are they going to be then responsible for monitoring that children who go to a non-public placement meet the graduation standards? Because it's either one or it's got to be one or the other. There is no, that's not a legislative question. That's just how that works. And so it's important for our committee to understand whether or not the LEA is going to be having to monitor that, or whether or not those requirements are going to be pushed on non-public schools.
So I think this is the conversation around how are we defining shared accountability in the state of Vermont. So the administration has come forward with an approach. I think that's part of the conversation that happens. And you're right. The question ends up being the onus of responsibility, just like as we think about special education delivery. So it is the responsibility of the LEA to ensure that the needs of those students are being met, even if those students are enrolled in an independent school, right? So I think the question is a broader question as we're talking about how we define shared accountability, what measures we're reviewing, and also where does the responsibility lie for oversight? That's part of the discussion when you're thinking about a revised shared accountability framework.
So if I'm understanding correctly, based on your response, I think the direction you've gotten from the feds is that it's the LEA's responsibility then, when we have these graduation standards, to make sure that their children are meeting those graduation standards regardless of placement. And those standards are not going to be pushed out to non-public settings that receive voucher dollars. It's got to be one or the other. I just need to know, so when I'm doing the grad requirements, I understand what because if it's the latter, that's a very different conversation that our committee has to have. I'm not trying to get involved in all the public-private. I need to know what the box is and what the feds have told us so that we understand how to do our work.
USAID has not provided a specific comment around our shared accountability framework, though it is the conversation that we need to have and continue having. And so we can provide some additional input to you on the committee as you're evaluating any certain
so your operating principle right now is that it will be the LEA's responsibility. So the LEAs will need to be monitoring that. Is that how you're thinking about it right now?
For what let me just jump in. I mean, historically, as the many years I served on education, this was very curious. It's always been the LEA. So I'm wondering why that has changed or what has happened.
It's not a change, Brian. It's just that the public school voucher systems operate differently in different states. And again,
I'm not wondering that, Tammy. I'm wondering about this state. So historically, the LEA has been responsible for the education of the child, no matter where the dollars go, unless there's been some change in that. Or perhaps.
So that was my question. That was my question, is if we received guidance from the feds around this, so that I know whether or not it's one or the other. That's why I'm asking, right? And so what Zoe has just said is, no, we didn't receive any guidance from the feds. So that means that we are falling back on our existing accountability structure, which means then that the LEAs are going to have the responsibility of monitoring, right, not students in non-public placements, to make sure that those students are meeting the graduation requirements. That's different than the other ones. So that's
as opposed to what the federal government would do.
The federal government could tell us that we have to push this out to non-public, and I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, so I'm happy to have this conversation. I've been really consistent around the importance of shared accountability when you're thinking about public dollars and ensuring that we're meeting high educational expectations and standards. Within the state of Vermont, there are definitely responsibilities that are already codified for the LEA in terms of that oversight. There's also responsibilities that are already codified in law for the Agency of Education and the State Board of Education as it relates to the review and renewal of independent schools. So this is actually a conversation that we can have with the committee, but it's important to ground that conversation in an understanding of how our accountability system currently works and the different roles and responsibilities along with levers of review that are required in our system. So I think it's a fuller conversation, but the state board has a part of that review process as part of the 5-year renewal period for independent schools as well. That's in addition to any oversight.
Yeah, it'll also, but I think what I'm hearing is we are not trying to do grad standards that'll apply to non-public schools, which is fine. I just want to be clear about what guidance we got. So thanks, that's helpful. But the guidance, whatever we do is going to have to be implemented and overseen by the LEAs.
Likely there'll be a part for the state board is the renewal process as it currently exists.
Renewal process.
So the state board of education. Well, if it's part of the
renewal process, then we're expecting them to comply with the graduation standards and not have that on an LEA basis.
Right,
kind of
what I'm saying is that
beyond
there
today's
are,
presentation.
yeah, I think what the graduation requirements are establishing those standards, and that's within the purview of the State Board of Education. And then there are the conversations you're bringing up are how are we ensuring that there is accountability to those standards? And we need to have a conversation around that. There are some decisions from the legislature, and then there's also needs to be clarity around how our current accountability system works, because you're speaking specifically to public schools and independent schools. And so we can talk about that, but that's really moving in outside of the purview of the state board in terms of like the graduation requirements.
Not exactly.
Look at implementation.
Not exactly, because just like with class size, right? And Tom and I talked a lot about this, like how independent schools define class size is very different, right? In terms of their accreditation and things along those lines than how public schools define it. So in the context of thinking about the grad standards, if these are standards that are being imposed on non-publics, we have to think about their accreditation requirements and things along those lines. What I'm hearing is we don't need to do that because the feds didn't ask us to do that. And that means that you're right, this is over in the accountability system. However, if the LEAs are going to be, however, if the LEAs are going to be responsible for monitoring that, then part of what we have to review in terms of the grad standards is making sure that we have a system that's clear and transparent and something that they actually can monitor, right?
So let me just jump in here because I think we're far off the secretary's report. I think these are really good questions that you're asking, Tammy, but I think these are questions that should probably be handled in the first instance in the Student Performance Standards Committee with regard to the graduation requirements. Act 73 only speaks to public schools with regard to graduation requirements. So if we need to build a bridge, that's not an Act 73, but that's a conversation for a different day. No.
And then when we get into accountability, there's all sorts of complexity, right, around, especially if you're a small school, how you're part of the accountability framework. There's a whole, and it's not just around independent schools and public schools. There's a whole lot of complexity as we're talking about measuring school quality and adhering to our standards, given the variability in our system, right? So we'll talk a little bit about that as we move into that next topic later. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to close that one out. And then before we have our break, I did want to notify the board. I received a request from a family appealing the denial of their request for tuition on behalf of their child. So the school district had denied their request for appeal. I'm sorry, their request for tuition. And as set forth in 16 VSA 828, which has been included in your agenda packet, it's paragraph C, unless otherwise provided, a person who is aggrieved by decision of a school board relating to eligibility for tuition payments, the amount of tuition payable, or the school the person may attend, may appeal to the state board and its decision shall be final. So this is where we are now. The family has filed an appeal. In times past, the board may recall, we've had tuition appeals that have come up before. I think at one point I was the hearing officer that was delegated by the board, and other times we've actually put out to bid a hearing officer. The difference now is that we actually have Sarah on retainer with the board. And I think what I would recommend to the board is that we delegate to Sarah and appoint her as the hearing officer. And what that would allow her to do is to contact the parties, set up a discovery deadline, and set up the hearing. So she will sort of do all of that groundwork. And then what our hearing officers have done in the past is they then prepare proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law. Those get submitted to the board. In the past, the board has then met with the hearing officer in executive session to ask questions about, how those findings of fact and conclusions of law were determined. I know board members in the past have requested updates to that proposed order, but basically the decision is up to the board. It would just be, if we delegate the work to Sarah as the hearing officer, she would collect all of that information for the board. We would then have a conversation with her, and then the ultimate work product would be adopted by the board after, at the conclusion of that process. So my suggestion is that we, and I will move that we appoint Sarah as the hearing officer to hear the RW tuition appeal. I'll entertain a second, and then we can have any discussion.
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Rich. Any conversation? Okay, I'm not hearing any. All those in favor of appointing Sarah Buxton as the hearing officer in the RW tuition appeal, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, please signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? All right, so we've approved that. Thank you. So at this point, why don't we take a break? It is 11:05. If we could be back here by 11:15, that would be great. If you can turn your cameras off, volume off, and I will see you guys in 10 minutes. Thanks. All right, with no further ado, I'm going to get us back in the meeting, and we have a status update from Sarah Buxton on work performed to date and initial statutory review of SBE duties and authority. Welcome, Sarah.
Great. Hi. So can I share the first question? And I can. Let me know. And while this is loading up, Rich, just as a point of being a continuous learner as a chair, you should be aware, maybe you'll be interested to know that the open meeting law actually says expressly that the first act of a meeting shall be to consider any additions, deletions, or changes to the agenda. So.
No, I understood that, but I never voted on it. We said that if somebody from the public wants to do it, it requires approval of the board. But if it's brought up by a board member, it doesn't. So, no, we always have that on our agendas too.
Yeah. So, I'll try to be as efficient with your time as possible, considering what Rich just brought up in the length of the meeting. So what I've prepared today is just an overview of some of the work that I'm doing, some of the work that I have been doing, I plan to be doing.
Excuse me, Sarah?
Yes.
Do you want to use presentation mode? I think it'll look better in the
yes.
video and it's easier to see. Thank you.
Yeah. Go to. Do I start? Is it this one? For some reason, this looks like a different version of PowerPoint, but right here. Is this what I'm doing?
It's the little stand at the bottom of the screen right next to the size bar. It looks like a.
There.
Yeah, thank you. Or now you can close
Sure.
your mouth.
Sure. Do you see just the slide or do you see the other?
See the notes too.
Okay.
On the next slide.
So let me just share. Here. There. Is that better?
That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So I'll run through this briefly. In the packet, you have two other documents that I'll reference, and we can talk about those when I get to that part of the presentation. All right. So today, the purpose of this presentation is to describe my role in assisting the board through your operational functions, as well as the changes that are mandated by Act 73, and to assist you in making sure that you're meeting the legal and statutory obligations. Obviously, the larger goal that we all work together toward is to implement the legislature's vision for an efficient, affordable, and equitable education system for all Vermont students. My role as your general counsel, I look at this in three buckets. We just had a little conversation about the compliance component, making sure that the board is complying with OML, Public Records Act, APA, other state ethics laws, etc. The Public Records Act, though, is just one that I want to flag. If that ever comes up, that's something I would be working together with the agency on, because they have quite a bit of resource there and keep your records, for one. The other roles that I play are as your legal advisor. When you have questions for me, I respond to your questions, do the research. I advise the committees. Committees have come to me with questions. The board, obviously the chairs, come to me with questions. And then with legal review, drafting and guidance, I'm drafting and reviewing material. My contract also said that if you were to have contracts, if you were to sort of subcontract with other folks, I'd be looking at that. That work also goes hand in hand with with the AG's office. And as you adopt policies, rules, and any other type of real-time legal guidance, such as, you know, in a meeting like this, my role would be to support you in that. I know I mentioned this the first time I joined you in the October meeting, but there is a little bit of a difference if you've ever personally had your own lawyer. There's a little bit of a difference with representing an individual and an organization. So I just want to make sure folks are, you know, aware that I have to abide by the rules of professional conduct, and they describe a little bit of the difference between organizational representation versus individual representation. So I represent the board as an entity and the board's interests and the board's work. But obviously I have professional duties, loyalty, confidentiality, and communication, candor. Those extend to the organization, but they necessarily have to extend through you as its members. And so, you know, there isn't like, I can't convene the board every day to talk to you. So I work primarily through the board chair and the chairs of your various committees. But you should all know that I'm available to all of you individually for questions or assistance if you have, you know, you've been curious about something and you want to know kind of how something relates to something else that you're working on or that you've heard in the context of your board work. I'm happy to help you with that and can, you know, provide whatever guidance I can, or refer you to another proper authority on that matter, whatever it may be. So my work to date, so since starting work with the board, I've done a lot to do with basically Act 73, as you all know. We've been talking about it throughout the whole meeting, and that's pretty much the conversation in the education landscape right now. But I've tackled some initial transition questions. Just this week, I've conducted what I think is a good first in-depth review of Title 16. In the coming months, as I tailor it further, I'll share with you a very large document, a spreadsheet, a table. It's kind of taking different formats as it grows in length. But I'm trying to keep all of my research and review of Title 16 in a really organized way, specifically focusing on right now the board's statutory authority, power, and duties. I've summarized that. Rich raised a question at the last meeting saying that you really wanted to know kind of what in the green books do you do? You know, what are you supposed to be doing? So I've prepared a memo that has a high level overview that kind of grew out of a lot of that in-depth review of Title 16 of your power and authority. And we'll share that in a few minutes. So I've done a lot of that review. I've been looking at some of the prior studies. I also attached a prior study that a report that the board itself presented to the legislature. I think Tammy mentioned it at the last meeting or a prior meeting as well. So I've been reviewing a lot of the work that you've done to date, because whether it feels like you do too much work or you're not aware of all the work that the board has done, but the board does do a lot of work, and it has, especially in the last, 10 years, really been assigned some substantive work. And so I'm trying to make sure that I'm grounded in at least a surface level review of what that is, so that there's context to how I can guide you and advise you on a continuing basis. Some of you have, as chairs of committees, have asked me to do some targeted research into some specific questions that you have presented, and I'm happy and continue to be available for that. I've supported you in drafting reports this year. In December, I believe you approved your report to the legislature, so I supported Jennifer and some of that drafting, some correspondence with regard to specific duties of the boards. You just appointed me your hearing officer, so I'll be conducting some of that work, being in touch with the parties, discovery schedules, as Jennifer mentioned. And then process organization. This is where I'm helping to kind of, between your various roles and your various committees, trying to support providing that both legal and administrative support to make sure that your workflow is continuous and that you're complying with the law and you're doing it in the most efficient way possible. The two biggies are coming up. You've got rulemaking responsibilities. We've talked already today about class size minimums. Brian Campion has reached out to me and asked me to help support gathering some information for the board and for the committees to consider with regard to that role. So I'll be supporting that, and when it comes time to start drafting language, that will be my sort of primary role, will be to coordinate and draft new or amended language to any of the rules, ensuring that they're legally compliant and protected against future challenges. The other potential rulemaking, Tammy and I have talked a little bit about this. We did again last night about the Act 73 required that, for example, EQS be amended to ensure that when the board adopts the statewide graduation requirements that they apply through EQS. We have some questions, I think, jointly about the necessity of that, and we'll sort of sort out whether we still go ahead and do that, or whether the board's action just adopting the statewide graduation requirements might be sufficient. So more on that to come. I think there's a lot of still thinking about that next step after the committee kind of completes its work on adopting the graduation requirements. So those are the two big, most pressing rulemaking requirements. You're required to initiate rulemaking for class size minimums as of August 1st of this year. And for the graduation requirements, that's a July 1, 2027 deadline for initiating rulemaking. Your ongoing statutory obligations that I also continue to support, at least as far as what I was contracted to support, are any needs that you may have, should Tom and his committee need them, with independent school reapprovals. If in the next year or two you have a supervisory union or district who is interested in being reorganized, you do have the power to redraw the lines of supervisory unions and districts. So that hasn't been, that particular provision of the law was changed in 2022, I think. And I don't think you've had a district come in front of you for that specifically since then, but it could. And as we already addressed in this meeting today, providing adjudicative support for board hearings and appeals. I'm also asked to monitor legal developments, draft responses to inquiries as requested, and support the committee and the board to the extent that you request it and need it for any of your intersection with advising the General Assembly or potentially even the governor's office. I don't foresee that I would be really involved with the governor's office all that much because you have the Secretary of Education on your board. Transformation. Again, I think this really is the crux of what I'll be focusing on, is supporting you through the next few year, multi-year structural and legal transformation and the role that the board plays in supporting the Act 73 legislation as it exists now and as it may change in the future. This is just a slide that, for those of you who aren't familiar with the Administrative Procedures Act and the process, there is a timeline for rulemaking that once we initiate rulemaking formally, we'll have to abide by. I won't spend a lot of time on that today because of time, But when we do start getting into rulemaking, and if any of you want just a quick conversation and want a little tutorial, like, hey, can you just walk me through what that looks like and what I need to be aware of? Rulemaking is really interesting and fun. So I'm happy to have those conversations with you. The primary work, and so I'll pause a little bit on this slide because I think this will be of most interest to you. The Act 73 report. Act 73 requires, let me see if I can get the exact language to it. State board. So it requires a comprehensive written report by December 1st of this year. And essentially, it asks the board to review every rule that it's responsible for and assess each rule's continued necessity and prioritize the order in which the relevant rules should be updated. So basically, it's looking at the rules and linking it to a statutory authority that you may have, or at the board's discretion, say maybe it's not clear that you have the authority, but you should, and those will be decisions you guys will get to make. And then decide whether the rule needs to be updated. I'll give you a little preview. Pretty much every rule, except maybe 3 or 4, is way overdue for updating for a variety of very small reasons to very large reasons, or sunsetted. And that may also be the case for some of these rules where statute, you know, the General Assembly has passed laws granting oversight in a particular area to a different entity within the state, and you know, the rule is no longer needed. So what I'm going to do is I'm working on, in the coming months, an initial review and an outline of a legal opinion on whether rules should be updated, sunsetted, or transferred, and why. That legal opinion is not the end all be all. It is a starting point for you, the board, to make some decisions and to ask me for more research. You may want to ask the agency and other stakeholders for comment on the subject matter. For example, you have a giant CTE rule, and you may decide that you want to hear a little bit more from CTE directors or staff. And then, you know, after, and I've talked with Jennifer, and Jennifer, you can certainly speak for yourself, but I know you're envisioning that like report that I provide would then go to the Roles and Responsibilities Committee. They would take the first look at that, ask for more work, you know, decide whether you want to take some of those recommendations in a different direction, and you know, direct my work from there. And I would really be following the committee's lead on that. And I think that the idea would be that the committee would really develop that draft report that would go to the board for approval and would go before the General Assembly by the deadline. I have these slides like right in front of me, but I can see on the side just my little slip of the images, and it looks like Tammy has her hand up. So Jennifer, if you don't mind directing, and I can't really see hands, and
Sure.
I'm happy to stop and take questions if you want to just interrupt me.
Yeah, Tammy?
I'm just wondering about timing, right? And so as a co-chair of the Roles and Responsibilities Committee, do you have a sense of timing for when this is going to come? Because if this is due in December,
yeah,
and to your point, I would expect that the committee will carefully review, and like you said, we could even want to take it in different directions, et cetera.
Yeah.
Like, do you have a sense of timing on this? Because I'm also thinking that we need to get committee meetings scheduled and things along those lines.
Yeah, I think I'd probably be ready. I'd probably be ready by early summer. So I'm thinking sometime in June, having an initial, maybe not the formal report, but at least an initial draft to share with some of you to say, as I wrap this up, is there anything that you need me to add before I hand it over?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a lot of time. I'm wondering if, and Jennifer, you and I should talk about it. Maybe we should be starting to have meetings now so we can start to see some interim work product rather than having it get all the way to the end and things along those lines. I know that's sort of how we've worked before on the committee work. So Jennifer, let's you and I get together. Maybe we can think about what a cadence of meetings looks like.
Yeah, we can talk about it. I think that the risk is, like starting a process before we're ready to start the process. And the benefit of having Sarah doing all of this pre-work for us is she's doing a lot of the things that I think the committee, without the assistance of council, would be doing. So she's kind of truncating that work for us.
Sure.
But I'm happy. Yeah, I think, you know, to the extent that maybe we have some pre-meetings before, just to make sure that we're all aligned and that I don't want to be doing work that's like,
that's my thinking, Sarah, exactly, right? Like, you know, it's a lot of work to put together a report, and, you know, giving us a draft report without having some back and forth on that. And I'm sure there are key questions and things you're ruminating on that if we could have a conversation with you, it would make your job a lot easier and sort of give you some early direction on where we might be thinking. So Jennifer, I'll just get with you and we can start to schedule some meetings.
Perfect.
Yeah. And just to make sure that the committee, I mean, the board understands, because I tend to wrestle with this. I know Brian brought this up even earlier in the meeting. For years, you know, since the General Assembly made significant changes to the board and the agency's roles and created the secretary instead of the commissioner, there is a lot of cleanup in Title 16 that needs to happen. In the past, reviewing some work of the board, there has been an intentional focus on the board presenting some views and opinions and recommendations on what roles and responsibilities should be allocated in other places. And it's, as I go through Title 16, it's so easy to see something and say, that's wrong, that needs to be changed, or that's in conflict with something else. I want to make sure that everyone understands that there's an overlap between those conversations and and the work ahead of us, but the actual outcome in the report needs to be about what rules should be sunsetted, transferred, or updated and on what schedule. And so I am exercising some my own self-restraint in terms of spending too much time contemplating where roles and responsibilities should be between the agency and the board, to try to stay focused on how it relates to the question ahead of us. But undoubtedly, the committee itself is going to have some of those conversations with an eye toward, even if we don't report on what we think roles and responsibilities should be, you can't make some of these decisions in a vacuum. So
like,
to the
put
extent that
another
you
way,
can start to list those out, I think that'd be helpful. And that's the kind of thing the committee can be talking about in advance of having the report, right?
Yes.
So put another way, Act 73 and the funding that we got that allowed us to retain counsel really speaks only to the rules. It doesn't speak about Title 16. It's really, so that December 1st deadline is really focused on the rules and which rules, you know, need to be sunsetted, updated, transferred, kept. So that's the primary work, but Sarah's right. I mean, some of this kind of touches on, I mean, it has to touch on, because a lot of our rules are sort of girded by Title 16. So if we think that a rule might not properly be with the board anymore, that does necessarily implicate Title 16. But the big issue about, you know, the work that we're doing on the first pass with regard to the rules, I'm envisioning that we will then phase 2 is going to be, let's look at Title 16, because I think we need to have a similar conversation.
And you'll have, you know, what I'm creating is this giant table of every single, you know, reference to a statutory power or authority that's, you know, already like 30 pages long. And you will be able to take that work product and in your phase 2, you know, tackle that if that's what you want to do and that's what you decide to do. Okay, so 2 homework assignments. I know we're coming up on my 30-minute time piece. I included these in the packets, but I did not expect that anybody would look at these yet. But as you're starting to prepare as board members and or as the future committee members or current committee members for the Roles and Responsibilities Committee, I find that I learn through some like slow exposure to information. So I will just flash onto your screen really quickly this very, I think, useful report, the roles and responsibilities for the Vermont State Board of Education, Agency of Education. I see, so Tammy was part of this and worked with the agency. I'm not commenting on whether or not the board wants to revise its recommendations or its thoughts on this. I just thought it's very useful because one thing that I thought was very useful about it, and again, I know this is kind of going down the whole of like roles and responsibilities, but they have to be a little bit connected here. I really appreciated how this report that was submitted jointly with the agency broke down your roles and responsibilities into 6 domains. And so to the extent that any of you have a little time and you want to browse through this report, it will start to kind of ground you in like the buckets of things that the board does and is responsible for doing. And that will provide a little bit of context when we start talking about whether or not rulemaking authority over that will make sense going forward. So homework assignment number 1 would be at some point at your leisure, I encourage you to at least take a look at that past report because it seemed to be like, you know, quite a bit of work that former and current members invested into that analysis. The second assignment is much simpler. And again, it's just to ground you. And I'll flash this up on the screen if I can pull it up here. And this was compiled after some discussion with Rich at the last meeting. I mentioned that I've been going through Title 16 and I pulled out some of the main duties and powers and authorities that you have, and largely following the framework that was set forth in the Act 66 report. You know, I created 5 buckets, but adjudicative authority, regulatory authority, school district governance, and ministerial and advisory duties. So I've provided this little report. If you're like, what is it that the board does and what are we supposed to be doing? I created this report, but I do want to say that, and you'll see it through the watermark on this and the big disclaimer at the top. I know once you create a document, it sort of lives forever. I don't want anyone, any member of the public or any member of the board, to misinterpret this as me suggesting to you, the board, that you should have all these powers, or that any of these powers that are currently on the books are still fully legally supported. And, you know, to that extent, some of them that I've put in here, you know, this is just the plain language of what your powers are in Title 16, but some of them are contradicted in other areas. And so that will be some of the work, as Jennifer, you mentioned, in phase 2. You know, when you go through roles and responsibilities, there is some cleanup there. So I just want to throw a little caution that if you are interested and have questions about any particular power on this report, just remember, we'll dig a little bit further if you want to pursue it, to make sure that it's one of those that doesn't really have any other contradictory reference or suggestive, or that there's somewhere else in statute that it suggests that your power isn't as fully strong as the plain language might appear. So that is attached to your that's attached to your agenda. And that concludes
Sarah, can I add
little
something?
report. Yeah.
On the 2022 report,
yes,
there were some recommendations at that point that were made about how to divide the roles. I think that the roles and responsibility back that up later on, and I'll try to find the slides on that, there's sort of a more nuanced set of recommendations around sort of dividing the roles. So I think the typology is really helpful, but I do think that the board has shifted over time in its perspective on how to divide the roles between the agency and the board. And so I would say that part of the memo is no longer reflects sort of, I think, what the board has talked about and has voted on since. But I do think the typology is helpful, and I'm glad to hear it was helpful because we did spend a lot of time on that.
Is this the part, just as board members are looking through it, is this what you're talking about, the Appendix A that starts to put the different things?
Yeah.
Okay, so just so board members know, that's what Tammy's talking about.
Yeah.
It's an appendix to this, and she's citing that, you know, take that
I
with
can
a grain
try
of
to
salt.
find There's been some additional PowerPoints in discussion over time
Okay.
since 2022 on that, and sort of what that might look like and sort of what our thinking is on that. I think our thinking evolved. I think the typology of the work is still there, and I don't think anybody else who was on the committee is still here, but we'd spent a lot of time thinking that through. So I'm glad that that's useful to you,
Yeah.
and I'm glad. I do think that that's a good anchoring point. I just want to be careful about pulling the string on that, on the recommendations, because the board has changed its perspective over time.
I'm glad you said that.
I think that's a good point. That memo, Sarah's memo, it just highlights, these are points in time. And I think, as a board and, members of the public who might be listening and need to recognize that neither, reality presented in either of those documents reflects the reality of where the board is right now, or critically where I think the board is going to end up. But we have to start somewhere. And I often think about, Title 16 is sort of like New England architecture, where things get tacked on and tacked on and tacked on and tacked on. And for instance, in my house, we have a front door from the front of the house that literally goes nowhere. It's like walled over from the inside. And so it's just one of those things where things happened over time and suddenly you're looking at it and you're like, well, this just doesn't make sense. So, I always think an analogy, this is kind of how I feel like Title 16 is. But we have to start somewhere. So as you're looking through these memos that Sarah has included for homework, just recognize that there are things in those memos that are either inconsistent or have been replaced by other law, or just aren't things that, the board might feel that we can or should be doing. But that's what's there now. We have to acknowledge that and then sort of move from that to the direction where we want to go. Cynthia?
Sarah, I just wanted to thank you so much as a relatively new board member trying to understand the historical context of things that we're working on. This was incredibly helpful. So thank you for pulling that out. I feel like I have a better grounding at this point moving forward. So thank you for the work.
My pleasure.
So I'd like to stop us there. If board members are good, we have some homework. We will revisit this issue in the coming months, and then try to get us a little bit back on schedule. I know we've got some schools that are waiting patiently, with my apologies to them for making them wait. But at this point, I'm going to close out item K. We're going to move to item L, which are our independent school approvals.
Great, thank you. We have 3 schools to approve or to recommend for approval today. The first school is the middle school. And I'll begin each one by making the recommendation that came from our committee. So our committee recommends that the full board grant continued or renewal of approval of therapeutic independent school approval to the middle school of Winooski, Vermont, to serve students in grades 6 through 12. This renewal approval period is for the full term of 5 years through June 30, 2031. This approval is conditional on the requirement that the school reports to the Agency of Education within 5 business days whenever any changes occur in enrollment programs, policies, facilities, financial capacity, staffing, or administration during the approval period. And so I think I will entertain a second there, and then I'll give you the background before we vote. Is there a second to that?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, great. Thank you. So this is a story of school improvement where our approval process worked the way we hope it would. Back in November 2022, the middle school came before our committee, and we granted them only a 1-year approval, and in the backlog it's now come to us now. But they had substantial improvements that they needed to make, and the good news is that they have made them. They serve 32 students presently, and the areas of substantial improvement are basically 3. The professional development that they now offer their staff is considerably more robust, paying for master's degrees, for travel to conferences. Then they also have a daily feedback loop for professional development, and they have a weekly training Tuesdays. All of those things are improvements. Also, their work-based program for students in grades 11 to 12, which includes both independent living skills and employment skills, is more organized and more robust. And the most exciting thing for us, because it was the major deficit last time, was how they handle attendance. They offer an engaging program so students want to be in school. It's individualized, it's relevant and project-based. If a student is late, they are flagged right away, and then there's outreach to families and actually offers of transportation. If the student has missed the bus or can't get to school, the school actually goes and gets them. And they track the movement of their students throughout the day when they're out in the community doing the internships, but also just they have a considerable number, about a third of their students are unhoused. And so they are transient and try to find out where those students are. They actually go find them and actually make sure they get to school. So their attendance process is much stronger than it was before. Just some general information about the school. They have 13 staff members, 2 special educators, 3 clinical therapists. They're all licensed. They have a behavioral program director and a school director. Their classes are commingled in 3 groupings by ability level, social behavioral needs, and projects. If they're working on a certain project and a student is interested, they'll group the students together. They do, however, eat both breakfast and lunch together as a school. Their board has diverse experience: a special educator, a nonprofit leader, a parent, a grade level teacher at a school not the middle school, and somebody with financial expertise. They meet quarterly. Roughly a handful each year return to their home school or an area tech center. Last year, they graduated 3 students from the middle school. All of them graduated with jobs, and that's consistent. About 70%, they track this, 70% of their graduates currently have real jobs. They graduate into real jobs and something that they've been trained in. So it's been moved and seconded, but I'll entertain any questions. And Cynthia or Brian, anything you want to add to that report before we vote? Jennifer.
Yeah, I just want to, you'd mentioned that they were approved for 1 year in November of 22, but I'm looking at our February 15th, 2023 meeting minutes, and they came before us then, and we approved them for 3 years through June 30th, 2026. So I think we're good. We're not off schedule with them.
Okay, that's even better news. More to my point, continuous improvement, right?
Any other comments or questions before we take a vote? All right, we've heard the motion. It's been seconded. With no further ado, all those in favor of approving Tom's motion as read, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you.
The next school is the Baird School, and again, I'll begin by making a motion that comes from our committee that the State Board of Education grant renewal of therapeutic independent school approval to the Baird School of Burlington, Vermont, to serve students in grades K through 8. The renewal approval period is for the full term of 5 years through June 30, 2031. This approval is conditional on the requirement that the school reports to the Agency of Education within 5 business days whenever any changes occur in enrollment programs, policies, facilities, financial capacity, staffing, or administration during the approval period. I'll entertain a second to that motion.
I'll second that.
I'll second that.
Okay, I'll give it to Cynthia.
So this is a school that's been a great asset to this area of the state for a long time. It's part of the Howard Center, and has 48 students. And as you heard earlier from Katie, it's one of those schools with a substantial wait list. But they have 48 students they serve right now. It's an outstanding school in many ways, in academics and support inside the classroom, in collaboration among the caregivers in the school, but also with the LEAs. They have embedded clinical providers as part of the Howard Center, which is another benefit of this school. And something that really Katie touched on in her report, they have piloted a program, or actually implemented a program called Ukuru, which is a trauma-informed alternative to restraint and seclusion. It has reduced student aggression in all settings by 90%. And so it's protective intervention, so it involves the use of pads that allows for time for de-escalation and for other solutions besides restraint and seclusion. Its question is, how do you comfort the student versus how do you control the student? And last year they only had 59 interventions, which you might think is a big number, but typically it was over 300. So it has reduced the number of interventions significantly. So something to look at as maybe a model. It has an 18-member board as part of the Howard Center. The leader, the head of school, reports to the director of school programs, who reports to client services, who reports to the CEO. They have 49 staff members. Some of them are part-time, 7 classroom teachers, including phys ed, 3 special educators who are co-teaching in those classrooms, and 1.5 FTEs of special educators who deal with the 12 students out of 48 who require intensive interventions. They do have a full-time sub, 5 licensed clinicians, a manager, a clinical director, homeschool. And the homeschool communication is key. Again, like the middle school, they go out of the way to find out where their kids are, and if they don't show up, what's going on with them. And one benefit of the Howard Center, they provide outpatient services like access to a psychiatrist right there. So it's, and I don't know if you ever tried to get those services in a school where it's not part of the organization, it's hard to get those appointments. So that's a real benefit. About 12% right now return to homeschool, which is interesting to me because they said that before COVID, it was 20% would go back to their homeschool, and they're trying to get back to that that percentage. But right now, about 1/8 of their students return to their homeschool in a given school year. So it's been moved and seconded. I'll entertain questions or comments, and Brian and Cynthia, feel free to chime in if I missed something.
I think, Tom, the interesting part was the system they're using that's helped with behavior issues actually has helped with hiring as well. Remember they mentioned that because of the extensive training around that system, they're able to hire different types of folks and not have to have as much experience. I think that was kind of what they had said. It has really helped with their hiring practices.
Yeah, and I'll just add that was a really impressive report. Just want to acknowledge the good work that they're doing. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the motion, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries.
And our last school also has a long tradition in Chittenden County, Belkate School, and I'll again begin by making this motion. That the State Board of Education grant renewal of therapeutic independent school approval to Belkate of Essex, Vermont, to serve students in grades 6 through 12. The renewal approval period is for the full term of 5 years through June 30, 2031. This approval is conditional on the requirement that the school reports to the Agency of Education within 5 business days whenever any changes occur in enrollment programs, policies, facilities, financial capacity, staffing, or administration during the approval period. Is there a second?
Looking at Rich.
Oh, Cynthia.
Cynthia, I saw you first.
So Belkate has 32 students, again, an extensive wait list of over 40. Again, they have excellent attendance. They had 0 incidents of restraint and seclusion. They actually have great relationship with their kids and their families. They actually go get the kids and bring them to school if they have trouble getting there. And when a student enrolls at Belkate, they agree to some core agreements all around safety, or primarily focused on safety. The campus has 2 buildings. One's an academic building. The other one houses its gym, cafeteria, and a workroom. What's interesting about Belkate is their vocational programming. It's extensive, so extensive that John Spinney, who we've heard about earlier, the post-secondary transition coordinator, actually was called in to take a look at it. and he gave it the highest marks, highly effective. As a program, it's called Belkate Works. It begins right away with soft skills, the basics, all the way up to job-specific skills, and they have relationships with 25 to 30 businesses in any given year, which is remarkable. They actively track students, and then the number of things that they actually have outside of that kind of internship. They have their own radio program. They have their own gardens. They have access to wetlands next door. They have access to a farm, which is very therapeutic. And then they run a dog treats business. They students make them, package them, market them. So they do have Belkate dog treats. One thing I'll just say, a sidelight, an interesting anecdote this year, their phys ed teacher, something near and dear to my heart, the kids wanted to play football, but Belkate's not big enough for a football team, but they did have enough for a flag football team. And so the phys ed teacher coordinated with Colchester High School and the Colchester JVs, and the Belkate kids got to have Friday night lights and played a game under the lights, access to these kind of high interest activities. They have excellent teachers and a curriculum. They have 35 staff, 5 special educators. They group students primarily according to math and English language proficiency, a high degree of support in the classrooms. Their board or their school leadership is mostly the administrative team, the special education coordinator, director of operations, the head of school, and a CFO. They contract with a CPA. So it's been moved and seconded that we grant continued approval to Belkate. Entertain any questions or comments and any additions from Brian or Cynthia.
Don't have
anything. I'll comment again. I mean, like, this report, so remarkable. And what really struck me is how attentive and empowering their program is. So nicely done.
Yeah, I'll just say that, and Katie just chimed in the chat, but I have experience with some of their former teachers who have since moved to the kingdom and brought with them the Belkate approach, and it's excellent. It's very effective.
Thank you. All right, if there's nothing further, all those in favor of approving the motion, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
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 Mohammed said aye. Welcome to my video.
Thank you. All those opposed, please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? Okay, we've approved the motion. Thank you. Thank you to the schools. Thank you, Tom, Brian, and Cynthia, for your work. And we will move on to our next agenda item, which I think brings us back to Zoe for her report on the state report card.
Excellent. All right, I'm going to take a moment to share my screen. Okay. Great. Thank you for inviting me to provide an update on the Vermont accountability system. This is following up on our recent release of the annual state report card and the snapshot. So I'm going to start first. Oops, sorry, trying to actually go back. There we go. Just start with some context here. As we it's important to understand how our accountability framework is designed, and also what federal requirements govern states as they develop and implement their SS state plan. So it is our Vermont SS state plan is a requirement under the Every Student Succeeds Act. Every state must have a plan that adheres to the federal requirements to hold schools and states accountable for educational quality. The state of Vermont has had the same accountability system since 2017. And our approach to this work is ensuring that we bring transparency and understanding to a accountability system that is quite complex and has not been well understood. The idea around accountability is that it's designed to with the understanding that every student can succeed. And so in my role as secretary over the last 2 years, we've really looked at our accountability framework and our are in the process of strengthening our approach. We actually have some KPIs identified within our strategic plan around how we are looking to actually accelerate our reporting. Accelerating reporting also comes with accelerating when the grant funds are available for those schools that qualify for comprehensive support. So it really does have an incredible impact. One of the things I want to clarify, there have been some misconceptions. The state of Vermont has consistently released these results in the winter. I would argue that's really late. In my experience leading school improvement in 7 other states, I am used to getting this information in August or the latest October. So having a state consistently release this data in late winter timeframe really isn't in alignment with the goals of continuous improvement and getting it out to the field earlier. So just want to be clear that that's an explicit goal for us at the agency, is we're re-engineering how we are approaching our data collection and reporting processes around assessment to ensure that we can deliver these results earlier. But I just wanted to clarify that the time frame in which we release these results has actually been consistent with the patterns for the prior years, and is in fact an area where we are out of compliance with the federal government. Prior to me taking on this role, the state actually had to pay a fine to the federal government because of this. And so this is an area where we have an action plan with USAID, and I can talk a little bit more about that in the discussion. So I want to be really clear that the timing has not been the right timing in Vermont for some time. And we're taking a proactive approach to actually re-engineer that time frame, which is involving some work with the field of collecting data at a different time point, ensuring that we can have earlier certification of some of these data points to move this forward. Additionally, we have reported that through this process of having more transparency to our accountability framework, we have uncovered a methodological error with one of the school designations. And I'll talk with you about that as I go through this presentation. But what's clear is that that originated with the initial methodology that was put in place back in 2017. And so what you're seeing is the agency being really clear about identifying, understanding our accountability framework, bringing transparency to that. And if we're covering errors, we're going to name those errors and fix them. So I'll talk a little bit about the scope of what we have identified that has been longstanding and has been part of an issue with our accountability framework since 2017 that until this time hasn't been uncovered. So despite the fact that we did find an error that we're working through for a specific designation, the results are reliable and valid as we're looking at our statewide results, we're looking at our results for supervisory units, supervisory districts, and our results for schools. And so this data continue to be important in terms of evaluating performance and helping us to identify the areas that we need to focus on moving forward to elevate and improve the performance of our schools. So it's important to also recognize that as we're bringing additional transparency to our existing accountability framework, we're coupling that with more support from the agency. And our strategic planning process more broadly is designed to evaluate what are some of the areas where we may want to make substantive changes to the way in which we establish our accountability system in Vermont, which requires significant public engagement in order to do that. And I noted in the state report and today some of the ways in which I feel we need to make some changes to our accountability framework that would happen. So it would be commonplace for states to do this type of evaluation over time. Our accountability framework in Vermont has been very static since 2017. And so I think this process brings an important level of transparency into how it's designed and also allows us to understand where we are along with what else may be important for us to measure so that we are using this to continue to drive improvement for our state. So in terms of context, it's helpful to understand, the federal requirements that are imposed on states. So the Elementary and Secondary Education Act was reauthorized in 2015, and that transitioned away from what used to be called No Child Left Behind to now the Every Student Succeeds Act, and that was updated in 2015. The shift to the Every Student Succeeds Act was intended to be an evolution of accountability. In many respects, a lot of states and schools found that some components of the No Child Left Behind authorization were a little bit unworkable and felt very punitive in some instances. And so the shift to ESSA was really designed to balance the flexibilities that states would need in order to ensure that they're making that progress and focus on preparing students for post-secondary. A couple of the things to highlight here within ESSA is it does advance equity by maintaining strong protections for disadvantaged and high-need students. It requires that all students are taught to high academic standards that are aligned to college and career readiness. It does require states to have annual assessments and for those to be transparent and actionable to drive improvement as well. So this context is helpful for you to understand some of the shifts at the federal level with this reauthorization and really what it was intended to evolve accountability and setting those really clear expectations for progress of subgroups of students who have historically been left behind. Within the ESSA requirements, every state is required to come up with a system of how they will establish the school ratings to evaluate quality and the progress of their students. And that if there are schools within states that are falling below those expectations, it's the responsibility of the state agencies to work with those schools to develop an action plan to drive progress. And we'll talk through a little bit about that. But each state has flexibility in terms of how they're designing their system in order to achieve those objectives established within the ESSA state, within the ESSA law. So in Vermont, we have a state plan. It was established in 2017. Since I've been in this role for the past 2 years, I've identified areas where we have to make some amendments to the ESSA state plan because of areas of non-compliance. So we have submitted actually 2 amendments. Those amendments were largely technical in nature and were in response to findings that were identified by the U.S. Department of Education during their monitoring visit in 2024. The broader work that we're engaged in with our strategic plan is designed to identify other ways that we want to capture school quality. I've continually talked about the importance of looking at learning gains and also thinking about how we can really effectively measure college and career readiness. And so our strategic planning process is designed to give us that opportunity within the steering committees to get that level of input for those types of substantive changes. It's important to ground any recommendations on changing a framework with an understanding of the current framework. And that's really the intent of the work that we've been doing at the agency, certainly over the past year, is making sure that there's an understanding of the current system. It would be irresponsible for us as a state to recommend whole-scale changes to our ESSA state plan unless we're really grounded in knowing how the current system works, what are some of the elements that are really helpful to driving improvement, and where are some of the areas where we would expect and want some evolution of the plan to support us in achieving our longer term goals. So at the same time that we have the ESSA state plan, we have a number of other compliance requirements. What we have noticed at the agency is that these compliance requirements often create a lot of redundancy in the way that we operate and can create more work in the field. And so we have found this visual to illustrate the various different accountability requirements to identify that right now they're not really aligned. And that's the work that we're doing, is to creating that strategic strategic alignment. So we have the ESSA state plan that governs a lot of our work. We also have the education quality standards, the district quality standards. We have a range of federal programs, all the way from Perkins to WIOA, that have very specific compliance requirements. We ask all of our districts to submit an annual assurance that they are completing all of these state and federal requirements. And we have a number of state laws that have been passed that come with really specific mandates on the field. So what we're working on at the agency and in partnership with the field is shifting from this fragmented framework to having one coherent approach to accountability, where we're clarifying how all of these pieces fit in order to support and measure quality for our system. Part of our reorganization identified the need to have a more focus in this area. So we have created a strategy and accountability part of our agency. We'll be hiring a chief of strategy and accountability that will be joining us soon. And within that team, we have several divisions which are focused on assessment, accountability, district and school improvement, and really thinking about more broadly and comprehensively how we hold ourselves accountable to delivering on our promise to students. And we look beyond assessment data as we're evaluating accountability to other indicators of success, both those conditions that are really supportive or potential barriers for progress, and creating a coherent monitoring framework and a support infrastructure to achieve that. So I mentioned that beyond ESSA, we have another compliance requirements here just listed to bear repeating. So as we move in to actually sharing the results, I want to make sure we're clear on how our ESSA state plan measures school performance. So we look at the assessment results on VT-CAP and math, English language arts, and science. We also review annual progress towards English proficiency. So today you adopted the WIDA standards. The assessments are based on those standards and have been evaluating students' progress accordingly. We also review graduation rates, both for a 4-year cohort and a 6-year cohort. We measure performance on college and career readiness assessments. There's a number of ways for students to qualify in earning this, meeting the CCR benchmark. So it would be on the SAT, ACT, AP, college course completion, and a couple other measures. And so in our state plan, it's clearly defined which programs would qualify and what proficiency level a student would need to achieve in order to be part of that college and career readiness proficiency level. Additionally, we track how our students do after they graduate high school. And so we do have college and career readiness outcomes that are measured 16 months after graduation, and that data are pulled from the National Student Clearinghouse. Each school is given a performance rating, which is required by the ESSA state plan. So when you look at our elementary schools, that's fully evaluated based on performance on the Vermont CAP. So looking at the English language arts, science, and math assessment results, both for proficiency and for growth. For high school, our ESSA state plan includes additional measures related to college and career readiness, and then post-graduation outcomes. For each of these, there is a weight, and depending on a grade level configuration, those weights might shift. So as an example, if you are a school that serves kindergarten through 3rd grade, you would only be having proficiency in your school rating because you wouldn't have students that are consecutively tested, so 3rd and 4th grade, to actually measure growth. So some of those nuances you might have some questions around, but this gives you a general understanding of how the framework was established, and then there are adjustments based on the grade level configuration. So if you don't have a grade level that tests science, science wouldn't be included, for example, in your performance rating. So within the performance rating, we display current performance. And so that's looking at a snapshot of how you're doing for that particular academic year. And then there's also a measure of performance change, which is comparing a school's performance to their performance from the prior year to understand what change may be occurring there. There's an equity index that is identifying the difference between students who have been historically marginalized, and also an equity index change. So has that gap increased or closed when comparing to the last year? There's some nuances with how accountability data are reported. And so here we're noting that there's a difference between reporting results for accountability purposes and reporting results for all students. So there are specific business rules that are outlined in the SSA plan that determine which students would count towards a school's performance rating, which we would call for accountability purposes. So a student would need to be enrolled in the school in October and continuously enrolled in that school until the testing period. So a student that may come beyond that point would still be able to take the assessment. That data would be helpful for the school as they're planning for next year, but wouldn't be factored in to the school's overall performance rating for the current year in question. So school identifications under SS, states are required to identify schools that are in comprehensive and targeted support. So schools that are in need of comprehensive support are identified every 3 years. They represent schools where the average performance of all students in the school is significantly below performance expectations and shows evidence of decline. Schools in need of targeted support are those where there is a significant and a persistent achievement gap between one or more student groups and their peers. And those schools can be identified for both comprehensive and targeted school improvement. So essentially, Vermont's SSA plan was designed to establish school identifications according to 2 tracks. So one track is really looking at the overall performance, and the way that our system is set up is every single school receives a priority rating. You can receive anywhere from priority 1 all the way to priority 16. And then for those that are within the priority 1 category, there are some additional business rules applied to identify those schools that are targeted for comprehensive school improvement. I'll talk a little bit more about that methodology in a moment. And then there's another track where we're trying to understand equity gaps. We want to ensure that students are getting the opportunities to perform at high levels. And we know that there have been patterns, and research has shown that our historically marginalized communities have not benefited sometimes from those types of services, and therefore we have a gap. And so within equity gaps, we have another way in which we identify the categories of equity. And there are 2 designations for schools that are for targeted school improvement versus additional targeted school improvement. So within the equity 1 gaps, I'm just going to kind of breeze through. We can go back if there's questions around the additional detail. The equity gaps are identified. So equity 1 is identified every year. This is something that is unique to Vermont. It's actually not required in ESSA, but is a preventative category that was put into place in our ESSA state plan, which is designed to support an early warning of equity gaps. And then the TSI schools, so those are those schools that are categorized as targeted school improvement, are identified on an annual basis. That is a federal designation. It represents that there are persistent inequities in outcomes for specific groups. So that could be comparing your students with an IEP compared to those students without an IEP, or comparing students who are African American to comparing students who are not African American. And then there's another level which is identified every 3 years. This is also, which is called additional targeted school improvement. This is a federal designation, and this is looking at persistent inequities and outcomes for specific subgroups and particularly low performance by subgroup. So when at the top of the meeting, I talked about the methodological error that we uncovered, it is related to the designations for TSI and ATSI. And so as we identified that, we believe that that has originated back to the methodology that was established and approved in the SSA plan in 2017 and has been applied to our calculations since that time. Because we uncovered that error, we have actually put all TSI and ATSI schools under review, both those that were identified for this year and on all prior years. So that has been removed from our website in terms of the designation. We've also been working with the U.S. Department of Education on a work plan to evaluate the error and to course correct moving forward. So when we talk about the error, it was specific and isolated to this particular designation for schools. In this past year, just in terms of a reference point, there were 12 schools that were identified initially through this methodology. And so we have established at this point that all current and past are designations for TSI and ATSI are under review. And we will publish at the conclusion of our review, for full transparency, all of the data for every single school so that there is clarity around what went into that methodology and where the errors lie. Beyond that designation, the other data points that we've identified and everything that we've released continues to be reliable and valid. The comprehensive schools are also another designation required by the federal government. These represent a collection of schools with the lowest performing, so they would be categorized as not meeting. And in terms of looking at their performance change, they would be seeing a decline in performance year over year. The CSI schools represent the lowest 5% of Title I schools. Additionally, high schools that have a graduation rate below 67% are automatically included in CSI based on the definitions included in our SSA plan, and this is designated on a 3-year basis. So this is some information around CSI schools. This has been part of how we do designations since our SSA plan was established in 2017. So we did identify here those because we are on a 3-year cycle. We've also noted that the cohort of schools identified 3 years ago have all exited CSI and 12 new schools were identified as CSI. So went a little bit into detail around how the methodology works. The most important thing as we look at the data are understanding the data and how that will support, the work that we do next. The outcomes that we're seeing in this year's state report card are consistent with what we've seen on the NAEP results or the nation's report card, consistent with what we're seeing in the local assessment data. So what we really are moving forward on is not just focusing on those outcomes, but focusing on the inputs. What are the conditions that need to be in place in order to ensure that we're really improving opportunities for students and that we're seeing that then result in improved outcomes. So when we look at the summary of findings, this is really used to help us as an agency ensure that as we're developing our strategic plan and we're identifying our resources, that we're aligning them where they're best served. So overall, we see that statewide academic proficiency remains below expectations. The expectations have been defined in our SSA plan. There are clear targets that have been enumerated for each. We see an interesting pattern that we really need to focus on as a state, where early literacy and grade 9 transition are critical weak points. We also see overall that our mathematics achievement is low. We're seeing some movement in terms of that, but it's an area that we really need to have concerted focus at the same time that we are really investing in improving literacy outcomes. Our English learner progress has declined. Also important to note that the demographics have shifted. So we're actually seeing more English learners, and we're seeing some shifts in terms of where those students are attending school. So it's not, it's still very concentrated in specific schools, but we're seeing that pattern shift, and some more schools are supporting our English learners. Luckily, we have a great expert on our team to help us in this area. Graduation rates are mixed and they are trending downward based on our conversation earlier. Important to note that when comparing graduation rate from one district to the next is really challenging to do because the requirements may differ significantly. However, at an aggregate, what we are seeing is a decline from when our peak was about 89% to about 82% in terms of graduation rates. College and career readiness remains a significant challenge just in terms of the students being able to attain proficiency in college level coursework relative to the goals, and then also their post-high school graduation persistence beyond in higher education. When we look at our performance ratings by schools, which every state is required to assign, most schools are not yet meeting those performance expectations, and we are seeing that achievement gaps are expanding. So we have a lot of data that are included in the slides as an appendix, and also you have access to the report, which has a deeper detail around the data results. I'm going to just kind of skip ahead to talking about the statewide approach. I think we have a data-driven urgency. We do see that statewide results show inconsistent performance requiring coordinated system-wide action. And so in our role at the agency, we're rolling out a number of statewide initiatives that are designed to provide the right level of intervention, recognizing too that there's work that happens at different levels. So the district will be responsible for certain work in the schools as well. First, it's looking at leveraging those best practices. We want to learn from schools that are exceeding performance. So within our reporting, we are required to identify and designate those schools that are underperforming, and that's required by federal law. We are also identifying those schools that are exceeding performance expectations. And part of our team's effort is working with those schools to understand what's going well so that those best practices can be leveraged. We also recognize, based on our literacy and math results statewide, that we really need to attend to training in literacy and math, making sure that our teachers have the professional development to implement those evidence-based strategies that are going to support with students' acquisition of literacy and math proficiency. So Read Vermont has been launched. I gave an update earlier around the work underway that's really based in the science of reading. It's a statewide implementation. We are focused on a cohort of students and then a cohort of schools, and we're also providing broader guidance and recommendations statewide. Count on Vermont is an early pilot around mathematics, and we're learning from that pilot to have data-driven math improvement, which we're looking to scale as part of rolling out additional initiatives within our strategic plan next year. We're very much focused on developing inclusive and coherent systems because we are seeing a widening achievement gap. And so we, as I mentioned earlier, recognize that Act 173 that was passed in 2018 did identify the right approaches, but we have seen that with implementation, it's been hit or miss and very inconsistent, and that's resulting in some fragmented implication of those best practices. So we do have statewide training approach to inclusive education and integrated supports. Some of that work is starting as early as this spring. And then we know that statewide graduation requirements are going to be important to elevating rigor and expectations across the state. So appreciate our partnership with the board in that front. Overall, when we talk about accountability, ultimately every person and every agency that works in education is accountable to our students. And so we're building a stronger improvement and accountability infrastructure. We want to make sure that we're establishing a data-driven culture, that we are also coupling that with the appropriate level of support. And so some of the ways in which we're doing at the agency are working towards faster reporting, so more timely, expedited reporting. We also have built additional teams that are providing more on-the-ground support. And we recognize that as part of evaluating our accountability framework, we know that we need to have a stronger measure of growth. It's something I've talked with the field about, I think, since day one, that we need to have a clearer measure of that learning gains for the students, so that we are really being able to target the movement and the forward progress, along with having an earlier identification of when there may be some slippage in performance before that actually results in a larger decrease in the proficiency level. So within this, I've included some additional data around, what went into this analysis. But as we look at this, accountability is really a system-wide responsibility. And so at the agency, we have a responsibility to the federal government to address areas of non-compliance. As I noted, the state of Vermont has been out of compliance with our assessments, both because of the timeline and for some other peer review work that we were flagged for that is underway. We were also identified as out of compliance in the school improvement support. So that has really sparked some significant changes at the agency in terms of how we're organized and improving monitoring and support for all schools. I've been really clear with all the staff at the agency that it is an agency-wide responsibility to support school improvement, and that's all of our jobs. At the state level, we are responsible for achieving statewide education goals and supporting that and aligning the work to the statewide vision for public education. We know that many of the laws that have passed over the last several years have become unfunded mandates on the schools. And so when I look at our annual assurances, there are certain state laws that are not being implemented in ways that we would expect. And when that's happening persistently, we really have to identify what are some of those root cause issues that are creating that. And so we are really strengthening visibility to where there are areas of non-compliance with state law and understanding why that's happening to ensure that we can really move forward in achieving those statewide objectives. And so example that I can share in our discussion, but there's a number of examples where we're recognizing that we really need to provide very clear direction and support in these areas in order to move the needle. And then ultimately, we are all responsible to students, families, and communities to provide transparency around progress towards the educational goals and continuously make improvements so that we can be the best education system in the country for every student in Vermont. So happy, kind of went through all that really quickly, open to questions, and just want to make sure that in the appendix you see that there's reference to a number of data reports that could be helpful for you. Questions?
Thank you so much, Zoe. And I have to say, I do appreciate the 100+ pages in the appendices of the data, which sort of underlie everything, just, in the interest of transparency, but it was also just really helpful to see all of that. So thank you. Board members, I'll open the floor. Tammy?
I think Zoe has done a really good job of highlighting how hard this is, right? It's hard from a conceptual perspective, right? Thinking about accountability, thinking about indicators, getting the data right, getting the methods for analyzing the data right. And I was really encouraged to hear Zoe talk about how what we put down in 2017 is not going to be what we're doing going forward, right? The data have evolved, the thinking have evolved, the methods have, everything's evolved since 2017. So absolutely. I think it's important for us to keep this report in that context, right? In that while this is a requirement that the agency needs to do, and it certainly can be used to highlight some things, we have to take great care in using it for decision making at this point. And I think what I'm hearing from Secretary Saunders is that there's going to be good work to make these kinds of reports more decision useful going forward, both in terms of the data and the frameworks and the methods going forward. So I think for me, that's the important takeaway, that this was this is a check the box kind of thing that needed to get done, right? Because it's a requirement. Even the timing isn't our preferred. And so it's important not to read into this, but it also means that everybody needs to take great care in placing too much emphasis on things like school grades that come out of this, because there are issues with this, but it's not what we're going to be doing in the future. And the agency did its job in terms of checking the box in terms of the federal requirements, but this is not a particularly decision useful report. And I think you did a really good job, Zoe, of explaining why it's not. But it'll be really exciting to see all the new stuff that you're going to do that make this report and the data and the methods and the indicators more useful going forward. And what I would say is that there is a national effort underway to think about input, process, and outcome measures, and using AI to develop those in an efficient way. And if you'd like me to connect you with that effort, I'm happy to do that. So could be a really innovative and new thing for the state to do. And if you're going to be doing that work, it might be interesting to hook up with that.
Yeah, yeah. I appreciate that. Thank you, Tammy. I believe we have to be clear-eyed around results, right? If we're really going to be a data-driven system, we have to look at the data and be able to identify where we're falling short of our expectations, but using that as a way to drive continuous improvement. And so I think it's also important to be clear, to use data, you have to really understand the data, and you have to use it in a way that's really driving improvement. And that's certainly our focus. In terms of the actual accountability framework, I completely agree that there's significant room for evolution of Vermont's ESSA state plan. And we have been noting that for the last really year and a half, in establishing already some of the staging this work to be thoughtful and to really help in supporting progress for our state. So practically speaking, what are some of the steps we've taken? We've already started to form a technical advisory committee. So that's needed when states are evaluating how they're going to change their methods. So as you noted, Tammy, it is really complex as you're putting these methods into place. And we have found that we had a method in place since 2017 that wasn't right. And we're fixing it. But again, it's an example for us, for the agency and for the state to say, transparency is important. Everyone needs to understand it, right? And so as we bring on this technical advisory committee, there will be experts who are, in statistics and in assessment, along with field partners, to evaluate how we want to change some of these methods. And so we had noted early on a need to look at growth differently. And so that will certainly be a focus of the technical advisory committee. And now recognizing some of the challenges with the methodology around our equity designations, of course, that will be a focus as well. We know that it is challenging in a system like Vermont, where you have very small schools, for all schools to be part of the accountability framework, right? And that's actually another area where we have been out of compliance. And we have to really be thoughtful around how we establish an accountability framework that provides a good measure of quality and improvement for the entire system. And right now, I would say that's a gap that we're actually trying to fix, but I don't think we're quite there yet. The other pieces that we've put into place are new. Oh, go ahead, Tammy. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, they're all really, it's all great stuff, right? And the technical advisor, this is all good stuff, and it's terrific that the agency is thinking about it this way. Things evolve. 2017 is a long time ago. All those things, right? Right? Yeah. Right? Yeah. And we've got COVID, and there are a lot of reasons we got wonky stuff, right? But I think the big takeaway, and I'm just putting a punctuation on because I know it's created a lot of chatter in the field, is what I'm hearing you say is there are a lot of challenges with this report. This was a federally required report, right? And that we need to just take care in interpreting the data in this report because of all these challenges. But this was something that the agency needed to do. You did it. You did it according to the methodology that you had to use at the time, right? Because that's what's required. But that, going forward, these kinds of reports are going to be issued at a different time, so they're useful for decision making. They're going to include different kinds of data points, different, more, I see, contemporary, well-accepted methodology, things along those lines. So I think it's great that you sort of built, making it clear that people should take caution around this report and not overemphasize sort of its implications.
Thanks, Tammy. I see Brian and then Tom.
Yeah, I just want to push back a little bit on the check off the box comment. I feel that always implies like a lack of quality. And I think there's a lot of quality here. I think there's, you know, I got something. I know the Vermont public seems to have gotten something out of this. And I think it's going to, you know, already it's going to direct us and help the agency move forward in certain directions that might not have been sort of identified without doing it. So I think it was a good process to go through, and I'm glad you all took the care and did the necessary work. And I think there's some real results there that we have to take a careful look at.
Yeah, and I think it's important that we don't dismiss data, right? Data we need to look at to drive our improvement efforts. And then there's a separate conversation around how do we want to evolve our accountability framework into creating a snapshot report and dashboard that could be even more valuable for decision making, right? And so I want to make sure that we're making that distinction. We don't want to dismiss data that we need to look at and be clear-eyed around where we make improvements. And at the same time, we have to recognize that this framework was established in 2017. It needs to evolve. It needs to be more current with the best practices. And the timeline has never worked. And the timeline alone needs to shift. You think that's an easy effort. It's not. It's completely changing everything we do. So just to note, it's really hard. It's a complete overhaul of how we operate and also how we're requiring the field to engage with us, right? So just changing timing is significantly challenging. And now we're having a conversation, right? We've been teeing up this conversation on what are some of the other quality measures that we want to look at. When you start to develop other quality measures, there's a lot of complexity in that. You got to make sure that you're really thinking through unintended consequences. You have to make sure that it's statistically sound. You have to think through how this will be applied in different schools with different grade configurations. All of that is part of the work. And yet our goals in doing that kind of improvement process is to make the system really transparent and easy to understand, right? That's where we're headed. So we have to actually tackle all of this complexity to then translate this into reporting that everyone can understand, that a parent can understand in the community, that the teacher can use to guide their work, and that's connected to the type of progress monitoring that schools are doing day in and day out. And so when we talk about the snapshot, it's a report, right? Where we're headed as an agency is developing reports that are coupled with tools, right? Because you have to actually connect it to tools on the ground that are allowing schools to really use that data in ways to drive continuous improvement. And so I'm excited about that work. I've led that work, and I know the importance that can generate and really supporting student learning. And it also does take a holistic approach, right? We have to also attend to the other factors and the other conditions that are in place in the school environment. And that's part of how we are establishing our school improvement. We're really elevating the work we're doing in the arena of school improvement. And that's to be really targeted and thoughtful around asking the right questions, understanding the data that's contributing to outcomes, so that we can really establish targeted initiatives, and that we're supporting the field when they're developing those initiatives to maximize the federal and state dollars in ways that can be most impactful. And so a lot of the intensive work we're doing now for our comprehensive schools. In fact, my team couldn't be on the call today because they're in the field, which is where I'd rather them be. So sorry, I'm sure they would love to meet at the state board, but we want them in the field. Are really looking at how are we doing that? We're getting feedback from schools as well, so that we can ensure that we have additional planning time in the field, that schools that have similar challenges or similar goals are able to work together. And I see that as kind of an untapped resource at the agency. We have a unique view and having the statewide view. And so really bringing in the data and ways to foster this type of collaboration and planning statewide is exciting. And we're looking forward to rolling out some opportunities and new forums to do that work meaningfully.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Tom?
Yeah, Zoe, so much of what you said resonates with me, and I want to just echo how important and good this work is. I am particularly heartened to hear you talk about measures of growth, because I think that has been something that I've been pushing for a long time. The other thing that I wonder, almost all of our assessments, and this is since No Child Left Behind, all the ways we measure students and schools and states and effectiveness is all on-demand assessment. It's all sit down and show me what you can do. And I'm wondering, because back in the day, and I've been in Vermont education a long time, we had some over time assessments, portfolio assessments, for example. Not the only one, but I'm wondering if the state is considering other types of assessment. And it kind of goes to some things that Mohammed was saying about English language learners or multilingual learners. Are there other ways that we are thinking about assessing student performance besides these kind of stand and deliver moments, or are we handcuffed by federal legislation that way?
States have the ability to exercise flexibility in this arena. And I would say I do feel that assessments have an important role to play. So I want to make sure that we continue to have assessments play that important role. But yes, there's some ingenuity that we can exercise. I would say we have to be thoughtful around that. So I've worked in states where they moved from a summative end of year assessment to having it be 3 times during the year, right? So really more in line with how a school will implement their local comprehensive assessment. And the idea for that is that it can really support progress monitoring, really be a tool for instruction and learning. It's important how you implement that, because if you implement it the wrong way, it becomes high stakes testing 3 times a year. Right. And then because it's a state assessment, then all the districts then do their own assessment because they're trying to prepare for the state assessment. And then you have too many tests that are happening in the school environment. So I would just say, I think one of the things I bring to this role is that because I've led school improvement in 7 states, I understand that the decisions that are made within these SSA plans, how they actually impact what happens in the classroom. And I will say these decisions have a significant impact on what schools focus on. And so, yes, we can entertain some other flexibilities, but we have to also be clear about the intent of what we're trying to achieve and ensuring that that is implemented in a way to achieve those goals effectively. Because yes, so all of that is part of the planning, which is why I think it takes I want to say it takes a little bit of time to move this work, right? I mean, that's the staged approach we're on right now, is bringing transparency to the current framework, developing our strategic planning approach in a way that's going to help to surface kind of the evolution, explore some of this ingenuity, bringing on a technical advisory committee to help support us in our thinking so that, yes, we can get to, an evolved framework that I think will be more important to driving decision-making at the right level, at the right time. So I'm thinking like we kind of have a year ramp to really think through the more substantive updates that we would like to entertain to our state plan beyond more of the technical compliance things that we've tinkered with so far.
Thank you.
Thanks. And Zoe, as I've been listening to your presentation and just reflecting back on the beginning of our meeting and your enthusiasm about where we are, I appreciate the work that you've done in the short time that you've been the Secretary of Education. And I keep thinking about, we can't know how to get to where we want to go unless we know where we are. And I think you've done enormous work to kind of help us to understand where we are. And it's not all good news. And I think, you know, collectively we're owning that. But to your point, we can't know how to improve unless we know, you know, where we are and what's not working. So I just want to echo everyone's comments about the work that's being done. And, you know, I share your enthusiasm for the next steps and ultimately where we're going to be taking the state of Vermont.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It is an exciting time.
Mohammed, and then if there are no other, I know we're a little bit out of time. I know I saw that Tammy needs to drop off at 1. I'm a little worried that we're going to lose a quorum. So Mohammed, I'm going to give you the last final word.
Kudos to Secretary Zoe. Thank you for all the work you and your team have done thus far and the ongoing collaboration with us, of course. Speaking of assessments, something has been rambling in my mind. I may have actually stated it at one of our boards, whether it's worth actually creating a committee that would look into all the assessments, cross-check the overlap. Listen, if you have, for example, NEEP, VCAP, WIDA is testing all 4 domains: reading, writing, speaking, and listening. Let's look at what NEEP does. Let's look at what VTCAP does. And I assume we all understand all these standardized assessments align with Common Core standards. So that's too many tests in 1 year for our students to be taken. We all agree to that. And you, Secretary Saunders, you also describe it really well, that even in addition to those standardized tests, our school district are still doing their local assessments as well, which is too much. So cross-checking the assessments and maybe having a proposal of what to eliminate in each of the assessments, so it's not overlap and too much of tests to be taken, I think would make more sense and an easier task to do. Just want to point that out.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, we conduct assessments or tests to evaluate what students have learned, right? So that's going to always be important. I think what you're naming are some of these assessments feel very high stakes, right? And then they can take away from instructional time. I know that was a conversation that that you were having in your committee yesterday. So as we look forward to the Vermont assessment program, it's really shifting from the agency really supporting with the administration and results and thinking about really the visionary aspects of assessment, like what's the vision for how we're developing our assessment program in a way that's really aligned to and informing the practices of teaching in the classroom. And I think there's some opportunities for us to certainly create some greater coherence there. There are a few pilot initiatives that we're doing right now at the agency with some subsets of districts to really understand how some of these programs can be better leveraged to give teachers the insight around what a student is ready to learn next and maybe where a student needs to remediate. But ultimately, we want data-rich environments that are informing teaching and learning. That's where we're headed. And so, yes, I'm excited to move forward. And then we always have to be intentional around how data are used, right? So with a NAEP assessment, it's a randomized sample. So that gives you kind of an understanding of how the state's performing. But then you won't have a result for every single student, which could be important both for that student and their parent and their teacher. So it's thinking about, to your point, what's the comprehensive compendium of programs that we call assessment, and how are we using those assessments to achieve the goals that we've set forward. And I would argue that through this process, yes, there will be some work we're going to need to do around challenging assumptions, right? And some clarity on how all of these integrate. For those that are listening in the field, I want to be clear that I'm not going to propose a new test. next year. So let's be clear on that, because I know that's also been a challenge of like, when you shift the test, then it's, you know, questions around, oh no, we're going to be actually measured in different ways, or now we have to learn how this test is structured. So, you know, our intent is to maintain the VT cap, but to provide with that additional reporting. So you actually are seeing more detail around the, you know, the test item, the test bank, how that relates to the content standards, improved reporting, right? Connection to what you're doing with those local assessments. So we've done some alignment studies around local comprehensive assessments and how predictive they are of VT cap. We're seeing remarkable alignment, right? And so it's a matter of how do we really create this coherent system and using it in a way, in a dosage that is really supportive of our goals for teaching and learning. So you can tell I get excited about this work. I really do. I feel that we've got the right level of focus. I'm working very closely with superintendents. Our steering committees are all part of this work as well to inform where we're headed. And we're going to get some additional technical expertise to do this work really well, because it's really important as we're contemplating changes, that those changes are done in a thoughtful way, with a good methodology that's supportive of the goals that we've set out. So I am really excited about where we're headed.
Thank you.
I was muted. I said thank you, and we're going to leave it there. Okay, so future meeting planning, couple housekeeping issues. One is I've been asked to ask the board if we want to hold a meeting in July. My guess is that we probably do want to hold the July meeting, because I think we've got a lot of work that's going to start gathering steam over the summer. But you know, of course, that's just my thought. Happy to have a conversation about it, or you know, if you all want to stick a pin in that, check your calendars, and then we can come back in April. But I just, my guess is we do have a lot of work, and we've got some deadlines that we need to make sure that we abide by. The next thing is we typically have been meeting in person during the months of April and May. Two thoughts on that. One is we will have one of our meetings at Lake Region to celebrate Caleb and see all about his school. The other meeting, a little TBD, Tammy had suggested, I think it was Edmonds, if I'm remembering correctly, up in Burlington. And Maureen, I will leave it to you and Suzanne to kind of figure out with the schools which works better for which month, but I think that's where we are headed for April and May. The one thing I will make a general plea to board members, when we meet in person, the schools really get excited to see the board. They get excited to host us. They like to take us around, show us the good work that they're doing, usually involves lunch. I know we all have competing schedules and day jobs, and when we meet in person, it does really mean a full day for the state board, including travel time to get there. But I would just ask all of you to please make a concerted effort to be there for the full day and not just, you know, swoop in for the afternoon meeting. We've had in the past, you know, maybe three board members show up for the tour, or there's just plates and plates of leftover food because the school did not anticipate that not everyone was going to be there. So I would really love to see as many people in person, and it's nice for the board to meet in person. I mean, like, Zoom is efficient, it's quick and easy, but there's real value in having us together over a meal and just talking. If you cannot do that for whatever reason, the earlier you can let Maureen, Suzanne, and me know, that would be helpful. So with that, just looking at the April agenda, we'll do our secretary report, independent school approvals. We'll have our committee updates. Depending on how quickly, you know, Sarah is up and running as our hearing officer in the tuition appeal, we may have a report back on that. We are also going to have to ratify our vote approving the WIDA standards. And that's all I have on my list for now. Does anyone else have anything? All right, well, you know where to find me if something comes up.
And again, just to confirm, you're looking at the 22nd?
I believe it's the 15th because
it is
it's
the 15th.
Third.
Okay, the
yeah.
third. Yep. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, tax
you.
day. All right, anything else before we turn to public to be heard? Okay, hearing none, if there are any members of the public who wish to address the board, you're welcome to do so. Again, we ask you to limit yourselves to 2 minutes, and you can always submit anything in writing to Maureen and Suzanne for inclusion in the minutes. Okay, I'm not seeing any members of the public who wish to address the board. And I know we are 1 minute over schedule. With that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Well done. So moved.
All right, thank you,
I will
Brian.
second that. I will second it, but Brian, you gotta wait 1 second after we adjourn. I got a quick question for you.
All right.
Not a school board issue.
All right, seconded by Rich. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, we stand in adjournment. Thank you all, and hopefully I'll see most of you next month in person. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Brian, real